run the gauntlet as much as you want. Okay, that... Could it be because of this? Has that fixed my problem? Could it be because of this?
Oh,
Has that
okay.
fixed my problem? Oh, that's a terrible, terrible issue I have. Oh no, and now I'm listening back to it, which means we're going in a loop. Okay, let's call it a stop there with listening to my own stream. We now have voice. It is an incredible success. I am an expert in the audio field. Recursive Revel, yes. That is the channel rebranding. It's just me looped down a well about 16 times. Okay, right. I'm gonna get this wrong. Aldmer Islayer X2684. You were talking smack on my live stream. Don't know if you know how this works. It's not gonna go to fisticuffs because we got remote. So just imagine like holograms fighting, but mine is like superior. That is the worst possible threat I could have devised in that situation. Yeah, that does not help. Anyway, gameplay. That's what we're all here for, right? We're not here to listen to me ramble on. Please tell me that everything is coming through okay, and let me know about the audio levels. All I was saying before, to the void, because apparently the microphone was not working, is that I'm going to do the run a few times because I'm incredibly rusty before jumping into the single player, and it's just going to be a casual playthrough. I'm not exactly an expert at Titanfall, but I really enjoy the game, and the single player is always a good time. So tell me, how is the new year faring for you all? I want to hear every little detail. Well, not quite, but I want to know. More or less fine. Okay, what can I improve with the audio? Is it that the game is too quiet? Too loud? Are there other issues that I have not considered? The game is slightly literally muted. Slightly literally. Interesting. Give me a moment and I will address that. Is it that it's... Yeah, slightly literally muted makes me assume that it means you cannot hear it at all. And if that's the case, I'm going to quickly jump into... It was fine before you started talking. Can't tell if you're talking about the audio or the stream in general. Right, where was I in this whole big mess? Don't save my changes. I don't want to break anything else. I think I know what the problem is. Done. Fixed. Amended. We are quite a whiles into this stream, and I think I've finally addressed the problem. Plaguing it. Right, okay, you need to go. There we go. Let me know. Let me talk about, talk to me about how the game audio compares to the speaking audio, because I do not want one to drown out the other. But when you're working with visuals, the problem is gunshots, even though they come up quieter on an audio monitoring, are quite a bit more dominant than speech in many cases. Please fire your gun. Voice a smidge lower. I can do a smidge. How's that for a smidge? That might have been too much of a smidge, but it's a bit of push and pull, you know? That's how it goes. Thank you for staying around and aiding me in these technical problems. I am an expert streamer. This is definitely not something I'm horribly inexperienced in. And I think we're now functioning ready to go. I'll do one more quick run. I've messed it up already. This is a disaster. Pack it up and go home. Okay, can I even beat my own run from like 2 minutes ago? Oh, that's not my run. That's another run. That's like the one they compare you to. No wonder it's doing better than me. No, this is a lost cause. Let's end it. Right. We are going to start the campaign. I've played the campaign a couple of times. The Titanfall 2 campaign is great. If you've not played it, I do recommend picking up the game on sale because it's cheap and the multiplayer is nice as well. But we're just going to be running a duration through it. I don't know how far, but there's missions later on that are really good if you don't know anything about them and you're going blind. Is the footage flickering? I'm seeing some flickering on my end. And I don't know if that's reflecting in the stream itself. Do you see anything? Is it all looking okay?
Hang on. I want to run it some more.
It's really hard to tell because I'm running a preview in OBS and I'm also running a preview in the browser of what you're supposed to see, and that's the one that's flickering, but you're saying is working fine. Wonderful. Let's begin.
All done with the gauntlet?
Yes, let's do this.
I'm ready to see what's next.
Good. You're gonna like this.
The first mission is decent. I like it. There's a little bit of roundabout. It's a good introductory thing. But compared to some of the later ones, it's not as extravagant. Let's just do it on regular. I play it on regular just because the difficulty affects the health of the enemies, and I think also the damage they deal. So if you increase the difficulty, just like in something like Halo, you're going to slow the pace down. And in Halo, it's a lot more about the sort of slower, more methodical, take out this elite carefully, oh, this, that. But in Titanfall, it's a lot more rapid, fast-paced. You shoot somebody as you're sliding past them, and if they don't go down one hit, it's less satisfying. We're actually going to skip the cutscene. I know story is so important to y'all in a live stream of a game from 3 or 4 years ago, but, well, you know. Can I skip it? Seemingly not. Crazier! Just want to say I enjoyed your recent videos on Payday and Mirror's Edge. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's great to hear. Yeah, they've been fun. I haven't been uploading stuff as frequently as I would hope, but that's just down to how much time I have to work on things. So when things finally do release, I'd hope that they at least live up to that. Not a wait. People aren't sitting around going, oh, when's he next uploading? But more that the time I'm putting in, I hope it results in something that you guys enjoy. I'll be honest, I never played this. That's alright. First couple of levels are actually a really good introduction to it. Not super spoilery. There's one mission further on that I would say has a nice surprise mechanic. It's not like a significant spoiler if you don't care about those things. And in fact, it might convince you to play it if you see that. So I wouldn't worry too much about spoilery stuff. It's more just if you haven't played it and you wanted to experience it fresh. There is one mission later on that is... Whoops. That is absolutely stunning. It's hardly a story-heavy game that's going to have plot elements ruined for you, though, to be honest. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what killed me last time. I echoed a lot of the same feelings you had about, I presume, Payday and Mirror's Edge. Well, that's interesting to hear. I'm glad that you found my views agreeable. No, that's a terrible way of putting it. That makes it sound like I'm on a council. But I'm glad it didn't just sound like I was rambling some nonsense, you know. That's a good thing to hear. It's always reassuring to know.
I got a peek on your location. On my way.
So let me know. 2020, new year, new decade. Bunch of video game releases. So many games coming out in like the next month or two.
Cooper, you're in bad shape.
Are you looking forward to any of them? Because
Might knock you out, but you should be
well, I mean, Animal Crossing, yes. I'm cautiously optimistic for Watch Dogs Legion. I don't know if that was delayed further from its March release date, I think it was. Or if that's when it's releasing, but I really want to see how that game pans out. But just like the first one in the series, there is a risk that it's going to be selling itself on this ambition and this really exciting new system of how things work, and it's going to change everything. And then it's kind of a letdown. Getting games that came out in 2019 like Death Stranding and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah, I haven't played either. I know Death Stranding is releasing on PC this year. I can't remember if it's Epic Games or not, but I'm interested in Death Stranding, but I don't know how likely it is that I would like it and how likely it is I would dislike it, because it's so out there and unusual. But I feel like it's the kind of thing that you can't really miss out on, and even if you catch it later down the line when it's cheaper, it's probably worth me playing it. So I'll probably try it further down the line, but I'm not picking it up quite yet. Jedi Fallen Order looks really cool, but that's the kind of thing where I've got other things on my plate to play, and I don't want to get too distracted with playing lengthier games in that period. Particularly when I should be working on videos. The hottest garbage possible. I presume we talked about Death Stranding. It is very much a mixed bag. Not necessarily in terms of quality, well, it depends who you ask, but more in terms of what you're looking for from a game. And that isn't to sound pretentious, that's saying, I don't think saying a game appeals in different ways to different people is pretentious. I think it's perfectly fine to go, you know what, this game's alright, but it isn't for me. And I feel like that's a lot of what people are experiencing with Death Stranding. Though I might play it and think it's just designed terribly, which would be a different story, but I haven't, because I haven't played it, I don't know, I can only speculate.
This is the real thing. Take care of him.
Let's see, found you through Gamertron, been checking your videos, great work. Thank you. I just thought I'd do a wee live stream, sort of touch base with people, have a wee bit of a casual chat going into 2020. I know I made that video at the end of last year, but this was more to get something up, so I'm doing something, because the next video is taking a wee while. I'm trying to fit in time where I can, but the scope of it's gotten a bit bigger. It's looking more to the scale of like the Payday 2 video right now, which means it's going to take a bit longer. So I thought this would be something nice just while that's going on. I will tell you, other games I've been playing. I was considering making a video on Need for Speed The Run. Now, I don't know if you remember that, but it was it released in like 2011, and it was a pretty mediocre Need for Speed game, but it had a really cool premise of racing across one big race across America it just executes it incredibly poorly in that it comes across just as a rushed, low-budget Need for Speed game than something actually trying to deliver on that ambition. And I kind of wanted to talk about that and what they could have done with it, but I get the feeling that it's hard to justify to people, hey, watch this video on an not obscure, but a mediocre Need for Speed game from like nearly a decade ago for that purpose. So I have been playing other things aside from what the next video is going to be on. But going into please stop attacking me while I'm speaking. Thank you. Much obliged. Going into next year, I'd like to play more stuff. I don't feel like I played nearly enough games last year. It was a lot of playing the same things. A lot of Payday 2, and I got back into playing Team Fortress 2, actually. Came out at the same time as the movie. Jedi Fallen Order. It did sort of release in proximity, didn't it? I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't know. Wait, have I spoken to... Oh, yeah, okay. This way, this is where we go. I knew that, I'm an expert, come on. Give me more credit than that. Jedi Fallen Order, yeah, I haven't really followed much of the new Star Wars stuff. That being the films since Disney bought it over. I watched Force Awakens, and I wasn't super convinced by that. So I've just not really kept up with it. But from what I understand, the film has gotten... well, the films in general have gotten a sort of mixed reception. But Fallen Order seems to have done pretty well. It seems to be a complete single-player AAA package. I'm glad that Respawn has seen success with that. It makes me wonder if what they're going to be doing next. I hope Titanfall 3 is somewhere in there. Or maybe a new IP or something, but in the meantime, you know, I'm glad to see them doing well. I don't have the double jump until this mission's done, and I'm just jumping around assuming that I do have it. Oh, was I meant to melee them? Whoops. You know what? That's fine. We all make mistakes. And this mistake may have cost them their lives, but really, that's life. Well, it's not. It's a lack thereof, but you get the idea. So, about Respawn and DICE LA. Yeah, was it... I'm gonna get this wrong. It's not Vince. Is it Vincent Zampella? Whoever's in charge of Respawn is also taking charge of DICE LA, seemingly as they're trying to scale up to making their own projects instead of assisting in projects. I don't know what to make of it, because ultimately it's one individual taking charge of an additional branch of EA, but it's also the first sign that on a larger scale Respawn is really being integrated into EA, which is what, you know, we should have assumed from this, but I don't know to what extent that will play out. Like, will we still see them be a mostly separate body from... What am I looking for here? Those are just DMRs. Eva, there we go. Yeah, we don't know the extent to which this will foreshadow any further changes to Respawn. It could mean little to nothing, it could signify a significant change, but we will not know until things play out, I guess. I don't see the point in worrying about it, you know. It is what it is. Oh no, I want the DMR. Alright, back to the Eva. There we go. Wonderful. This mission is a little slower at the start than I would like, and that's just because they're trying to introduce to you the different facets of combat. Have I got the double jump? Wonderful. We are in motion. As long as they don't feed us a garbage known as frostbite. Frostbite isn't... Okay, frostbite's not garbage, but it's... Okay, it's really good for Battlefield. The problem is, it's not great for much else, unless you force it to do it. Which usually involves significant man hours, significant stress, and potentially some projects slightly derailing. So, yeah. This game is a chart of platinum. I don't think I have all the achievements for it. I'm not really much of an achievement person, but I can imagine there'll be some quite challenging achievements to acquire in this. Are there any like that? Ones that like take you hours and hours of just repeatedly trying over and over again. In a way, scouring for achievements brings back the memories of Xbox 360 gamer score. Remember that? Oh.
Power low. Insufficient power.
Good memories. Oh my god, those games that you would buy. Well, some people would buy because they just gave you 1,000 gamer score right at the start by pressing a button.
Ocular system online. Adjusting focus.
I think it was like there was a Naruto game that did that. And then I'm just
I think so.
yeah, okay.
Wait, did you just call me pilot?
Which way am I meant to go?
Late Captain Lastimosa gave you the provisional rank of
I'm sure there's a way I could speed this whole thing up, but I can't remember it.
congratulations on your promotion.
But yeah, did any of you guys have an Xbox 360? Did you were you much of a gamer score chaser?
My systems are rebooting, but a third battery will accelerate the process. I will remain here.
There we go. So now I think I can go this way because I have the double jump. Yes, I do.
All militia personnel. The IMC will grant safe passage back to the edge of city Venezuela. All will surrender. Be wise to turn yourselves in when the IMC.
I'm trying to remember the last time I made a video on Titanfall 2. I haven't talked about this game in quite a while.
Analysis indicates they are lying.
But don't worry, BT. I'm not going anywhere.
Understood, but I do recommend you move.
It's one of those cases where I had things to say about it and I said them. And while I feel like I can make those videos better now, I don't think I have much more new to contribute to them. It would just be remaking the video better. And I don't really see the sense in it.
The ambush of the 9th Militia Fleet has landed us far off course from our original destination.
Okay.
Hostile territory. Be careful. We cannot stay here long.
We will track you down one by one. I ask you to come out of hiding while you still can. We have IMC search teams everywhere. If you resist capture, you will be branded an outlaw, and we will have no choice but to kill you.
DMR. Don't really like using the DMR for just long-range sniping. It feels wrong for Titanfall. But I do know this turret over here is a royal pain. So we'll just try and deal with it as much as we can over here. Let's see, YR has always been a PlayStation guy, but I heard about this. The challenging trophy in Titanfall 2 is to do the training course in less than 34 seconds. Yeah, I mean, if you saw me a couple of minutes prior setting up, I was doing terribly at the gauntlet. Is 34 seconds, I think that's the #1 position on the leaderboard of like the 10 pilots that the game gives you to race. And yeah, it's a bit of a feat to manage that. think I did it back in the day, but I can't remember anymore.
This can help you survive dangerous situations.
I'll take your Spitfire. Okay. So, if I can deal with this turret, that would be good because it fires explosive shots, and that's a very quick way of going to a swift end. Alright, wonderful. So does that mean you'll be picking up the new PlayStation, PlayStation 5 when it releases this year? Vuvanus. Is multiplayer still alive? Yeah. It's, of course it's not going to be as busy, as jumping as it was back when it released. But Apex Legends, the game has always had a decent number of players, though queue times, you can imagine, are a bit longer now. It's more that Apex Legends did give it a sort of second lease of life by reminding people that Titanfall existed. But also bringing people back into the fold. And maybe most... Wow. My throat has had a, terrible day today. It's just going left and right. Not the best time to be streaming. Apex Legends brought in people who ordinarily wouldn't play a Titanfall style game, and that meant that they were exposed to this idea of a game where you're running around walls and doing crazy tricks and grappling onto something and flying across the map, and people wanted in on that. So Titanfall 2, yeah, it's not like it's like a brand new AAA release in terms of player numbers, but there's enough to get games going, certainly. Hello, Teoga IDW. This is my second favorite FPS single-player campaign of all time. Your favorite is Doom 2016's campaign. Yeah, I still not finished Doom 2016, and I don't like mentioning that to Gamertron because I'm now worried that it's like, haha, he's not finished it initially. I'm gonna jokingly threaten him, but I'm worried one day I'm gonna wake up and it's going to be the Doomslayer just looming over me in the middle of the night. It's a very specific fear, perhaps unfounded, but you know. You've got a poor connection. That's a shame, but it's glad to see you. I'm glad you could drop by. Some good conversation. Keep making such original content. I hope to. And keep letting me know if I'm getting the right... If I'm hitting the pulse right, you know? If I'm making the kind of things you want to see. Let me know in the comments. I read them because feedback, particularly at these stages, is valuable.
Please install the final battery.
Shadow Racer, is that not how you always wake up? Yeah, I just have the Doomslayer standing over me. And he nudges me awake. It's an expensive alarm, but you know, it's a cost that's important. Let me in. Let me shoot people.
Protocol 1.
This is probably also one of my favorite campaigns. Potentially my favorite single-player FPS campaign. But now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of campaigns that I played and thought were fine. They were good enough to finish, but they weren't ones I wanted to return to. So it becomes a lot harder to think of that type of campaign where you play it and you just want to drop back into individual missions. Not just because it's well made and whatever, but because it's almost addictive in its allure. That's really pretentious, but hopefully you get my point. I love Titanfall 2 story. Multiplayer is really fun to play with friends. You played multiplayer 2 times with the pal from the UK met in Discord. Yeah. Oh, the good old days of Just,
enemy targets.
I think before I was a lot more playing games to sort of chat to people, and nowadays I end up just playing games and I don't want anything to do with the voice chat, and I just don't talk to people. And it does mean you don't have to deal with the idiots, you know, the people who are just screaming vitriol at you. But the downside is you miss some of the more unique encounters. Back when Overwatch came out, it felt like every server people were chatting, and it wasn't always fun times people were having, but when it was fresh, I don't know, it felt more organic. It felt like people were there to have a good time. And I like that. Titanfall 2's multiplayer is wonderful. I really enjoy it. It's got its problems. It's probably the game I get the most frustrated at. More because it makes me really tense. There's a lot of moments where I'm being chased and I just can't deal with the, like my aim's flickering around and I can't shoot somebody because I'm like freaking out. And that puts me on edge. And that's good and bad. It makes it hard to play for long durations. Because I find myself closing the game and go like, oh, I didn't know I was stressed. Oh my god. But if you haven't played Titanfall 2's multiplayer, the game is cheap as chips. You can get it for a couple of quid in a sale. It's worth it for the campaign alone. The multiplayer is also brilliant. This is one of the few games that managed what a lot of developers wanted to do the previous generation, which was make a game which was a single-player campaign and then give it the multiplayer component. Now, this may have been the other way around, but very few games managed to straddle both of those. You saw a lot of games like Spec Ops: The Line, where the multiplayer is just completely tacked on.
Our only chance of survival is to rendezvous with Major Anderson, 60 clicks from our current location.
Nowadays,
To improvise and adapt if we wish.
I mean, it used to be that it was a single-player campaign first with the multiplayer tacked on. Now it very much is the multiplayer is the focus and single-player is either tacked on or non-existent. Which is why this is so refreshing to play. Because you can get that games as a service-y type multiplayer dealio. But there's also a solid campaign here. You're binge watching Batman Beyond. I haven't seen it. Is that one with is that a Christopher Nolan Batman? Or is that one of the earlier ones? I don't think I need to fight most of these people. I might just run off.
Eyes on malicious type. Engaging.
Detecting Holden.
Oh, hey! It's the Gamertron from the Gamertron Show, here to grace us. I am playing Titanfall 2. It came down to a couple of games I wanted to play. I just wanted something that I was familiar with to the extent where I could play it and be able to look at chat at the same time. I do not have multitasking down very well. It's not one of my expertise. Do you care to join me in voice chat? Can always use a co-host, if you can call it that. If you can call this hosting, then you could always use a co-host, you know? I'm just on Discord. Shoot me a call and I'll accept it. Oh, wrong button. Please die. Cool. Alright, I need to exit. Hello, Atlas! How's it going? How is 2020 faring for you? We're what? Just over a weekend? Oh yeah, I just realized if you call me, I'm not going to be able to see the call. I'll call you, in fact. There we are. There we are, there we are. Game Revel sucks. I've got, see these reports here? I've got these reports here that say that Game Revel doesn't suck, actually. So, yeah, it's this one. It's written on A4 in highlighter. Game Revel does not suck. Funny that. Hello, Gamertron from the Gamertron Show. You're telling me they didn't clear the roads when they heard that you were late for a Game Revel stream? That's bizarre. They take priority over everything, including making videos. No, I'm not becoming a full-time streamer anytime soon, don't worry. There goes, yep, all the Twitch money. Oh yeah. I put it on the low latency, which I thought was a little more forgiving on YouTube's side, but I think I was looking for the very low latency, but I was worried that it would cause a laggy connection somehow. I don't know. There is ways of getting on YouTube a much shorter latency. Oh no, I've created another technical problem. I've had audio technical problems today. You should be good to go now. I've been talking to myself. Once more. What is new?
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Can I be heard?
Yeah, I think that works.
Safety airlock has sealed you in the control room. You must find another way out. We have no choice but to split up.
I'm surprised no one but Vovanis is the only one that spoke up. Why did no one else say anything?
They're like, yes, we know that Gamertron's in the call now, but let's not tell them. we like the silence in this way.
You gotta be, T. You do the same.
Ah,
How are you doing? How's it going?
You talking to me or chat?
Tell us about your 2020. I'll let you decide that.
Shadow Racer writes in chat, finally, some peace and quiet.
Stream just ends and the viewership goes up 20%.
Oh, you use the Kraber. I never use the Kraber.
Neither do I. Give it a couple of minutes with this thing and you'll see that I don't use the Kraber. Oh.
I just never, like, I've used it in multiplayer from time to time. It can be very useful, but in campaign, it's like, why would you not use shotguns or the SMG or an assault rifle, like, and just keep running around?
Yeah.
Hello there. Hello, chat. Hello. Hello. Yes, it is I. Hello. Oh, cool, Tailgate. I have yet to play Jedi Fallen Order. I hope to play it before my top 10 games of 2019. But you just ran away from the bad robot dude.
Yeah.
What, are you trying to speedrun?
Oh, well, you know me, pro speedrunner and all that, yeah. I know all the strats. All of them. Literally every single strat. Name a strat, I know it. That's an important skip. You die so that you can spawn with a fully loaded Kraber. That's why I did it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Game's on Quick's on right now. Yeah, they should totally put me on. I could tell them, like, at least 3 facts about Titanfall 2. This is entertainment like you've never seen before.
So I'm curious, how do you plan on speed running the boss?
The boss. Oh yeah, the boss. I intend to. See, that's another skip. And then that means when I get to the boss, I'm gonna be really good and do it quick.
Dennis Carlson writes Game Revo. Bro, respond to my DMs. Would you be... Wait, would you do potentially do me if I was a girl Mario?
Probably not. Nothing personal.
Princess Scarlet writes in chat, what? Game Revo providing content?
Okay, who is this? Who is this talking smack in my chat? Like, square go. I have so much hashtag content, it'll start bleeding from your eyes.
Mate, like, both times you've streamed, hasn't your chat given you shit? Isn't this normal, like, British conversation?
You claim it's normal British conversation. I think it's just normal Game Revo livestream conversation. There seems to be the general consensus is to bully me. But what can I say? I aim to please.
Ooh, that's the kind of guy Game Revo is, everybody. He's aims to please you.
Yeah, this wasn't how I intended this to be perceived. I regret this already. Okay, what are they saying? I looked away for a moment, and now I'm worried. Big plans for 2020. Not answering that. That involves content. Chat's trolling me. Yes. Didn't know you were doing streams until now. I've done 2, including this one. So well done. They're like limited edition.
You did a stream before without me?
I'm sorry. What?
You didn't ever stream, so this is your 3rd stream.
Do you want me to repeat that?
You said I've done 2 streams before.
I've done 2 streams, including this one.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
There's a conspiracy here. Streaming behind your back.
And I don't mind if you stream without me. It's fine.
He's just saying that. He's saying that to be nice, because it's public. You heard it here.
Oh.
He's jealous.
Okay.
He's jealous of me streaming without him.
Sure. Shadow Racer wants to know if you can sign your stream for him.
Yes. I just need to get my digital pen. Scroll some stuff on it. We're on to the section with the ticks. I am so good at this that I might do multiple pro skips. All of which involve dying.
What exactly do you skip by dying? More time playing the game, or?
I skip... Yeah, because when I come back, it's like an anime. I power up. I get knocked down. I get up again. Nothing's ever gonna bring me down. And I get so much better at the game. What can I say?
Oh, Dave Nutt wants to know if you can say your famous catchphrase.
My famous catchphrase. Yes. Don't even begin. That's my catchphrase. Don't even begin.
Don't even begin making those videos.
Yeah. Well, okay, this has got personal now. Like, this was light-hearted. Guy makes a funny, doesn't know his catchphrase on the spot, and you've made it personal. How do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I feel pretty good considering I was out in the freezing cold for hours, and now I get to talk to my good friend.
Wow, that is sappy. That is very sappy. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, if I was talking to Pixie Willow right now, she would have said, "That's so gay." Woo! Cutting it close there, dude. Those ticks
Yeah.
right on your ass.
Okay, I can't actually look at the chat while doing this. You need to like relay chat to me.
That's what do you think I've been doing?
I thought this would be a good game for monitoring live stream. No, I thought I was better at Titanfall than I am.
You heard it here, folks. He admits it.
Right.
Was that Tailgate? Dying Light 2 launches this year. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that game.
Oh my god, I completely forgot about Dying Light 2. When's it coming out?
This year.
When? When? I know it's this year.
Okay, one sec. I have the Google. Dying Light 2 release date.
Thank you.
Oh, it just says 2020. They haven't given the actual like full date. Just it's 2020.
Oh, it's probably going to be towards the end of the year. I can't imagine them releasing with all the stuff coming out in the next 2 or 3 months.
Ooh, yeah, I'm guessing sometime middle of the year, like after Cyberpunk and Doom Eternal. Given all the clout those games have, that's
Yeah.
really big. The hype for Cyberpunk is fucking insane.
I mean, it's been a thing for a long time that CD Projekt Red were working on, and people are talking about.
Oh yeah. Still doesn't change the fact that the fan base is kind of fucking creepy. The CG Projekt Red fan base is creepy with how obsessed they are. Like, oh, you can't criticize CD Projekt Red. They are perfect in every way. Ugh, creepy, just creepy.
Hate to be that guy, but I think it's kind of crazy that this idea that a company, a development studio, can have a fan base. And I understand liking someone's games or being, a fan of a series. But there's a kind of difference when you're like, I'm a fan of Bethesda, and it's like, right, okay. But does that mean you like everything they do? Or
Exactly. It's Kane. Oh boy.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to. Animal Crossing.
Real? I never took you for an Animal Crossing guy.
So I hadn't played it in years, and I always remembered it being good, but I hadn't played it in such a long time that I couldn't remember much. And I picked it up towards the end of last year again, and I am hooked once more, and I am so ready.
So you're really into animals giving you shit and harassing you for money.
Yep. The challenge that... Oh, see this? This is speedrun strats right here. He is going. He is gone. He is away. Out of town. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Well done. Well done.
Oh, do I need to kill this brute? Is that what it's waiting for?
Oh, I think it is.
That's unusual. Yes, it was. What's the chat saying? I've got a moment of respite.
Chat is saying, are you excited for No More Heroes Free?
I haven't played the previous two, and I really feel like I should.
Dennis writes, wasn't CDPR that kinda horrible working standards? Yeah, I heard about that. I heard they had horrible working standards. No confirmation though. No confirmation. There was some
Alleged.
yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not true, but it means it's not confirmed. So I can't go on
Exactly.
record saying that is the case.
What is true and what is confirmed is that CD Projekt Red have in fact lied in the past, particularly about the graphics and visuals of Witcher Free. They specifically said there was no graphical downgrade. The graphics are the exact same as we have shown in all the trailers when game comes out, and like you can see, like the graphics have changed.
Ooh, you're putting CDPR in blast. Ooh,
Well,
lordy.
I'm
Ooh.
just saying, like, everyone says that, like, they're perfect, they're infallible, they've never done anything wrong, but that's not true.
Yeah.
They fucking lied and said there was no graphics downgrade when there clearly was.
No developer is perfect. I mean, Respawn,
Oh yeah.
say what you will, when you think about it, they put microtransactions in Titanfall 2. Now, I actually don't mind the way that they put microtransactions into it. You buy the thing, you get the thing, and it's cosmetic. But that is something that people don't like, but they're willing to push that aside because, yeah, the game is really good. And it's worth your money.
That, and unlike a lot of other games, like I'd say the microtransactions are fairly priced, particularly the skin packs. Like, it's not just you have to buy an individual skin for your gun. You buy these skins, you get them for your pilot, titan, and guns. You get for everything.
Yeah.
No, I don't know any other games that do that.
Oh no, I mean, it's a much more friendly system to the user than a lot of other games, and I can't possibly imagine it making enough money as a result of that.
Exactly.
Okay, BT, come on. Don't go the long way.
Well, answer the dialogue. You didn't answer
Come
the
on, boy.
dialogue option.
Right, there's enough going on here with your chattering in my ear, me shooting people, and then the game is demanding I converse with BT. I have played the game. I have conversed with BT. We are good friends. I see no reason why.
Oh, really?
I
Really?
should
When's his
pander
birthday?
to its demands.
When's his birthday?
His
When is
birthday
his birthday?
his birthday is on the 72nd day of the 74th month. That's true. I bet you don't even know when those are. Are you not familiar with the lore?
Because they don't exist.
Well, that's bold of you to assume that they don't exist in Titanfall.
Well, anyways, Vovanus writes in chat, have you ever paid real dosh for cosmetics?
Once, I think.
Dun
think-
dun dun.
Once is the only time. Back when I played Team Fortress 2 in 2011, I got my Steam account, I downloaded TF2. You know, they were one of the first ones to have the whole, like, crates and all that. But it wasn't just gaining the cosmetics. When you got a premium account, which meant you spent some money on the game, you got other things which I can no longer remember. I remember one of them was like, I think you got drops more frequently or something weird like that. I can't remember what it was. You got other things too. And I remember spending £4, which was like the minimum you could spend on Steam at the time, to add to your account, because you had to add it to your wallet to buy it at that point. And I bought like keys and open boxes or whatever to get the premium account. I think that's the only time that I've done it. I'm quite a cheapskate when it comes to these things. I don't have a problem with other people buying, in the case of like say Titanfall 2. If somebody wants skins, yeah, sure, go for it. I'm just a cheapskate. I'm like, I don't need it. I won't buy it. I can buy more games, you know, with that money.
Yeah, exactly. That's the struggle. That's the struggle with me nowadays with a lot of like new games. Like, do I spend the money getting more new games, or do I spend that money getting the DLC and getting more stuff in the games I already enjoy? Ugh.
Yeah. Hey, we got Scorch. Keep talking.
Oh, we got a... Okay, okay, just gonna read some of these replies. Dennis writes, you should have bought that Tracer skin instead of ruining all your friendships grinding it, my good friend Revo.
Do I need to talk about the Tracer skin? No.
Wait, this is a thing? This is an actual thing?
Okay. Back in, oh god, it must have been early 2017, maybe later on that year. They released a skin in Overwatch, which was a Tracer skin. It was part of whatever update it was, where it was like, I don't know how to describe it. My first instinct is to say like Jet Set Radio. It was like a... she had like a gas mask on and like spray cans and like an urban like outfit kind of thing. Oh, BT was destroyed. Whoops. And I really wanted that skin, because I love, like, that sort of style. I love games like Jet Set Radio and things like that. So I did a lot of grinding for it, and I played a lot of games desperate to get that in, enough to buy that skin with the currency at the drip feed they give it to you in, to get that Tracer skin. And I did, but I was so burnt out in the game that was like the final point where I'd stopped really having fun with it. And really, I didn't get much of a chance to use the skin because I just didn't really want to play the game much after that. And since then, I've not really played Overwatch. I burnt out big time on it after that. The skin, it was a great skin. Like, it's probably one of my favorites they added to that game. But, oh my god, it ruined it for me. It ruined the game. And it wasn't because of the skin, it's because of the way the game is. But playing it that much, primarily for grinding, just really killed it for me.
Oh, dude, like the progression system of Overwatch is what killed it for me too. Like I've only touched Overwatch, like I'd say once in the past year and a half, and the only reason I touched it was to get footage because it was specifically requested for an interview.
Yeah, it's like some of my friends play it occasionally, and they're like, hey, do you want to play? And I'm not opposed to playing it, but I don't have it installed, and every time I've returned to it, I played for about half an hour, and I'm like, it's okay, but I'm never going to enjoy it as much as I did before, just because in ways it's changed, and in other ways it's the same game.
Yes,
Characters may
I know.
play differently, and they remove techniques or things that I enjoyed before. There's new characters, and that's cool, but the fundamental way the game plays is the same. And that's the bit that I really burnt out on. And also the people who play it, the game got so toxic.
Yep.
So toxic.
Never touch competitive. I would never touch competitive.
I played it a few times. It reached a point where it was better than playing it casual. Because at least
Really?
people took it seriously to an extent, which meant that nobody was messing about. There wasn't that just the divide between how people were playing the game, and at least people were united in that way, that they were all playing at the same level of seriousness. However, still very toxic.
Tailgate wants to know if we watch the YouTuber Call Me Carlson.
I've seen some of his videos. I really enjoyed the... do you know the whole thing with Minecraft's sort of revival last year? And like things like SMP Live and all that.
Yeah.
I watched some of the SMP Live videos like back in the day when they started out, and I say back in the day, it was a year ago, it was less! I'm withering away in the course of a year, seemingly. Acting like an old man. And they were really good. I'm glad Minecraft got sort of a little comeback, because that's the kind of game where they keep adding things and adding new systems and mechanics, but it hasn't changed the underlying game. So it still has the exact same appeal it used to. And that's brilliant, actually. I think that's really great. It's a hard line to walk.
So apparently Dennis says he's going on an SMP Live tangent. So apparently this is a regular thing. You go on tangents about SMP Live.
I mean, I don't. I can't say I have.
Dennis writes, if you like Minecraft so much, why don't you become Minecraft Steve?
What? Not even a Minecraft YouTuber, just Steve himself. What if you made video, but then Minecraft Steve?
What are you talking about? I still can't stand GT's life. It's laugh. It sounds kind of fake. It's not fake. Why even? Why?
You're being exposed. You're fake. You're a fake gamer.
This has been happening for months now. I get comments saying like the fake laugh or whatever, but it's not fake. I'm just easily amused.
You laugh like you've got some evil plan in a Disney film.
I do.
And it's great. It's Yeah, there we go. Oh god, I just realized. You know that thing where when you're speaking to somebody, you start speaking similarly to them during conversation, and you laugh similarly as well. I just noticed myself like halfway compromised between my normal laugh and your evil
Ooh.
Disney villain
You
cackle.
barely made that jump over that platform to get over there. That was close, man.
Oh my god! Why did you have to say that?
Wait, stream's catching up. I'm going to. Oh, now I see. Oh,
What's this?
shit.
Oh yeah, you just saw. The carpet was brought from under me.
Oh, you got yeeted, son. Oh, you're gonna get yeeted again by the robots.
Oh no, this is where you go. I really enjoy this level, by the way. This is.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
people really like the following level, but this is probably my favorite.
Ooh.
Cause and
interesting.
effect. Effect and cause, I think, actually, is what it's called.
Yeah.
Effect and cause is really good. But this is like, this is the point where the game's like developed its movement and its combat to a fine, smooth finish, you know. And you're seeing that in play with some really foolish plays there. But with the moving platforms and then the different
you
sort of
fell
arenas
again.
of enemies. Yeah, okay, I'm not good at video game, okay? Cut me some slack.
Yes, my lord.
Prefabricated structures. We are not far apart.
Can I be totally honest with you about something?
No, honesty is not allowed in this stream.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'm not gonna break before you do. I want to point that out. Make it abundantly clear. I will wait. I will make the entire stream wait.
Dennis writes, that's a nice awkward silence. Time for a GT confession. We're waiting.
Mm-hmm. We're waiting.
And Tailgate, and by the way, Tailgate writes, well, he wants to know, is this stream sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends?
Oh, of course. The Air I Breathe is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
You know, that actually wouldn't surprise me.
The funny thing is that a lot of these mobile games, because it happens every couple of years, is that one mobile game will do the rounds of all the YouTube pages and other influencers and all that stuff. I am bad at games. And everyone knows the name of it. But I cannot tell you what the last one to do it was.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
what it was called.
I'm trying to think. Okay, there was Clash of Clans.
But that
there
didn't really do
was-
the YouTube rounds, did it?
I think it did it for a bit.
Oh, did it?
I remember
Okay.
seeing some ads. But it was years ago, mind you. Damn, yeah, I'm having trouble. Anyways, confession time. Okay, what I was going to say is
I
it makes
broke.
me. What?
Nothing. Keep talking.
What I was going to say is it makes me cringe every time you actively avoid fighting enemies, because like I don't know, again, I just love the first-person shooting in this game. It feels so good to kill shit. So seeing you skip over enemies, the cringe.
What can I say? I like my platformers. The combat's great in the game as well, but I just like jumping. There's not much more to it than that.
Have you considered getting a trampoline?
You know, never had a trampoline as a kid.
Says I like jumping.
I had a
Never
slide
had a
in the
trampoline.
garden, but no trampoline.
You can't jump on a slide.
You can jump in it, but you won't get very far.
Oh, Fur Mintari. sorry, dude. Like, I'm trying to pronounce your name. He writes pacifist run. Are you going for a pacifist run?
Yes, most definitely. This entire thing's been a pacifist one. All the deaths are avoiding mandatory kills. These, a lot of these are rubber bullets, actually. It looks like they're dying, they're just really... They're in pain. I never promised I wouldn't hurt people, it's just that... I'm not killing them, you know? Because that would be wrong. That'd be too far.
Okay, Dennis, right? I assume he had a lot. Wait. I assume he had a bed to do it in. Game Revo, did you do it with yourself in the bed?
What, jump?
Yes.
No. Who actually jumps on their bed?
Children.
You're gonna like break the springs. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Let me think about this. I probably jumped on my bed at some point in my life. But I can't say it with certainty, and I don't want to get publicly shamed for lying about whether I was jumping on the bed when I was a kid. So,
dude, you're so fucking fragile. You're so worried anything and everything you say is gonna ruin your YouTube career.
I swear they're gonna find out I didn't jump on my bed. They're gonna be like, he's fake. Everything he says is a lie. How can we trust him? Mass unsubscribe.
Because as we all know, jumping on the bed is a critical factor of our professionalism and livelihood.
Yep.
Oh, well done! You didn't die once jumping over all that.
Yay! Let's all clap for me because you can't. Yeah, it's not condescending. It's supportive. Oh, I need to go. Right. To be an ethical game journalist, you need to jump on your bed. I'm not sure I have the qualifications of journalist, to be completely frank. So, jumping on a bed, not necessarily a requirement. This is quality conversation here. This is absolute quality power we're having.
Oh, now Shadow Racer asks, well, have you jumped on your bed?
Okay,
on those
right.
Qualifications, Revo?
Let's just say yes. Yes, I have. Let's be end this tomfoolery, this nonsense. This is a campaign against my very being. Why is this a? This isn't the layout. Oh.
You've been bamboozled.
That is. Huh? No, wait. Give me a second. This looks completely different to how it normally is. This is different. I'm not kidding. I swear this doesn't look this. Oh wait. No, this is what it was like. Never mind. I've been a fool.
You've been bamboozled, hoodwinked. The wool has been pulled from wait, is it over or under your eyes?
The wool has been under my eyes this whole time, and now it is over my eyes.
Damn, your chat is vicious. Always the fool, Revo.
I aim to please.
Tailgate writes, this is just like parasitical subreddit. Frumentari writes, phew, I was worried Game Revo would lose his journalist pass. Oh, your stream's been great, man. First, we had the whole quotations things.
Oh my god, don't bring up the quotations again.
And now we have this whole thing about jumping on the bed. Now, what we need to do is we need to combine the memes and have people do quotations about jumping on the bed.
No, why are we taking the worst, like, shitty, haha, funny, everything's in quotations, haha, jumping on the bed, like, these are the best jokes we can come up with, and now we've reached a point where all we have is permutations of jumping on the bed and putting things in quotations. Is that how the next... Is this how 2020 is going to play out? I have to know.
Oh, they've already came in. Dennis, right? What do you do? What do you, in quotations, do in your bed when you're alone, Revo? And
I jump.
Frumentari writes, Revo jumping, in quotations, on the bed. And Dennis then writes, in quotations, jumping.
Jumping.
Yeah, just jumping in quotations.
I don't like these, I don't like the way this has been addressed.
Dave Nutt writes, Revo, in quotations.
This is the worst.
It's about to get even worse, because Atlas unfortunately has to go. He's leaving.
Wise choice, Atlas. It was good to see you leave before the insanity takes its toll.
Well, he says, have a great stream, everybody.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you. Alright, tell me, what have you been up to lately? What have you been playing anything new?
Oh yes, actually, Borderlands free.
Oh, I thought you'd
playing
already played that. Have you not?
No. I just started playing it recently with Wizfish, and we've been having a great time. It's made so many improvements and so many great additions compared from the previous Borderlands games. Oh my god. Like, oh, everything is so much better. There's so much more build diversity. Movement is greatly improved. There's fucking mantling and like sliding. There's like the weapons. Oh my god, there's so many weapons, dude. Like you know how in the Borderlands games, like in Borderlands 1, 2, like there's a pretty limited amount of weapon reloads. Like after an hour or two, you've seen all the weapon reloads. I'm still seeing brand new reload animations.
Nice.
Every gun I pick up like has a unique reload animation. It's fucking insanity.
So tell me, as somebody personally who wasn't super convinced by Borderlands 2, would I like it? Would I like the third game?
Particularly for the movement system, yes. Because like the way you can like mantle basically everything in the environment, you can easily get high ground, flank the enemies. With the whole sliding, you can like slide in and out of cover, get some crazy trick shots. Oh, and there's some characters that are all about with their ability. Like one particular character, Zane the operative. Like his whole thing is about placing decoys, but you can teleport switch with your decoy, so you can place your decoy in some place cheeky or behind cover, and then like just swap teleport in between at will.
That's really cool, actually.
Exactly.
I like
So
that.
not only does your decoy take aggro from enemies, but you can use it as like your own personal teleport pad, and you can also go through a skill tree with your decoy that has your decoy actually shooting at enemies and dealing damage to them.
Well, that's actually interesting to hear, because one of the things I didn't really like with Borderlands 2 was that the game was very floaty. The movement felt very slow and floaty.
It is no longer slow. It is no longer floaty. It's now much faster, and there's definitely some weight. Also, depending on which weapons you're carrying.
Oh, okay.
There's so many new guns. There's these like fucking bazookas, saw launchers, miniguns, all this crazy armor, this crazy arsenal of guns to play with.
Oh, apparently I would hate the pre-sequel. Yeah, that's the one on the moon, isn't it? Where
Yep.
Its whole gimmick is low gravity.
Yep.
When
slow,
the previous
low
games
gravity.
had low gravity anyway.
Check your HUD.
Where do you think you're going, Outlaw?
Oh yeah, Tailgate writes, one of my Discord friends has found the perfect build for Zane, and that build has made him into a god, basically, and he managed to solo the Malavin takedown raid. What? He soloed the raid? I thought you needed people to do the Malawan takedown. That content's so difficult. He soloed the raid? That's crazy.
I didn't know there was raids in it. I take
Oh,
it
yeah,
it's
there's
like
no-
Destiny and things like that.
Oh no, it's not like Destiny. It's not like Destiny where like you have to get 6 people together or you can't play. It's still like a 4-man team. It's very difficult content, high level enemies, deal a lot of damage, you need to min-max your builds and shit. And apparently there's no like emphasis on platforming and puzzles. Destiny has in its raids have always had an emphasis on big bosses, platforming, and puzzles.
Which sounds right up my alley, but I never felt a particular draw to Destiny.
I think you'd like Destiny too, man. Now that it's free to play, you should come play it with Wizfish and me. I think you'd really like Destiny if you gave it a chance. Particularly the Hunter class, since they have a triple jump. So instead, like all the other classes have these like floaty jumps where you like float in the air for a limited time, but the Hunter class has a triple jump, and one of his abilities is specifically just dodging, but your dodging has special buffs, like you can perform a dodge and like automatically reload all your weapons, or you can perform a dodge and turn invisible. Like, very fun class, the Hunter. I think you'd enjoy playing. Oh yes, Ash, my girl. She's got the Ronin Titan. Oh yeah.
She's getting melted right now.
Look, you're playing as Scorch. It's your whole job to melt shit.
Yep. I always love fighting Ash as Scourge. Just the sheer suffering on display.
Oh, the execution. Oh, that's so brutal. When the animation doesn't glitch out.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm about to finish this level, and I know I've got Titanfall in this thumbnail. But do you want to play a game or something? I was thinking.
It's up to you, man. It's your stream.
I was thinking something like Risk of Rain 2.
Oh, I don't have it installed. I'm sorry.
You are a disappointment, but
I
that's
know.
okay.
I'm so sorry.
What else is
oh wait, a new shift code? Oh, there's new. Oh, for Borderlands, new shift code. Okay, I don't have any golden keys for Borderlands free. I am flooded with golden keys for Borderlands 1 and 2. Have none for free. But Dennis writes, Revo, what's your opinion on the coming Russian Tier 7 premium heavy tank, IS-2 screened in World of Tanks?
It's been too long since I did World of Tanks. I could not possibly answer. But I will! It is... meh. It's meh.
Well, Dennis also writes, while you're at it, the social economic crisis in Chile.
Not great. Not cash money. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I've decided what I'm playing, so I'm quickly gonna jump over to set up. They won't be able to hear you briefly while I'm setting up.
Okay.
So
what are you setting up?
Prepare for the warp. No. There isn't a warp. There was no warp. I lied about the warp, okay? Stop harassing me. Nobody can hear you anyway. This is mean. Wait, this is one-sided, but that'll be in my favor. This is fine. You can say whatever you want and they cannot hear you. How dare... Oh my... Oh, how dare you say that about that maligned, oppressed group? Nice. I'm about to switch back, so, here we go. Yoink. What a twist.
Dennis, what the fuck are you on about me? What do you mean harassing minorities again? What do you mean again? When was there a time before this?
I feel like that's quite... You got quite on the defensive there.
Yes, because I want to know what he means by again!
I assume you've done it before.
I want to know what Dennis is referring. Dun dun dun! It's Mirror's Edge.
Yep. Maybe I should have played the first game, actually.
Oh, so are you quitting now to play the first one?
No, I'm playing Catalyst now. Oh, interesting. Doesn't look intentional.
Dave Nutt writes, is this foreshadowing for the next video?
Oh, hello, Jamon? I'm
Oh, yes,
always
Jamon, hello.
terrible at names, but I'm assuming that's like Jamon. Like,
He
Muscon.
writes, he's giving me an N-word pass just in case. Well, thank you, Jamon.
Wunderbar. Don't use it here. Just making that clear. Where is the little side mission thingies that I'm looking for? How do I get those? There are some fun side missions, and by that I mean there's like 3 of them that I was looking for. I actually don't know how to find them when you've completed them. Are they
Dennis
just...
writes, Gamertron holds too much power over the future of Game Revo's channel right now.
Okay, we got a grid node. Yeah, let's not talk about the political power balance while he's here.
What we should talk about is how smoking hot Faith Connors is. Like, holy shit. Have you seen
No.
that ass? What do you mean, no?
If you've played this game and seen the story, you'll know that all the characters are annoying as hell. And therefore...
I'm not talking about personality-wise.
Okay,
I'm
fair
talking
enough.
I'm talking about the ass and titties, man.
She's got a neat outfit.
Like, are you, like, I don't know, do you have some sort of disease that you can't like
What's wrong with you?
Like, can you not just say yeah she's hot?
Shadow X Import 2. Overthrow. Considering it. The best thing about these grid nodes, and the reason why I picked them, is because characters do not talk during them.
Oh lol.
Thank the Lord.
Tailgate writes, Mirror's Edge Catalyst has very relaxing soundtrack.
Yeah, Solar Fields did it again with this game. Just wonderful soundtrack. Really good background stuff. And the other great thing is that there's a whole mix of good looping ambient stuff in Catalyst because it's open world. It's good stuff for working and things like that.
Man, you were struggling to get up that one, like, I don't know, computer thingamabobber.
Computer thingamabobber.
Yeah. Oh, look how Faith handles that pole, everybody.
Oh my god.
Come on, nothing.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It was a mistake inviting you.
I aim to please. Look at it this way. This gives you the perfect opportunity to get payback when I invite you to whenever I stream again.
Oh jeez. Oh lord.
What?
Oh,
thought you'd be
associating with
happy.
you?
You're already associating with me right now.
I'm not gonna stoop to your level.
Dennis writes too pure. The Frumentari writes, Game Revo is too pure for this world. Dave Nutt writes, he's too nice to do that, GT. You know that?
I've been exposed to your influence, and I don't like it. Sorry, that was kind of mean. that was just outright mean. Oh. When you increase the
Canadian, I can take
FOV,
it.
you get all sorts of wonderful glitches. Because for whatever reason, they've designed most stuff around the max FOV, but not all of it.
I don't understand why you. Oh! Now I'm seeing the glitch.
Yeah,
Holy
now
shit.
you're seeing it. Now you're seeing it.
Oh yeah, the Nier Automata soundtrack. I know, Dennis. That soundtrack is glorious.
They won awards, didn't it?
It did indeed. Is this the part where you tell us you haven't played Nier?
Yep. This is the part where I played it and finished it. Add it to the
chat?
list.
Chat. Now is the time.
To bully me? Yeah.
Yeah. Now
Get the
is
bully
time
button.
to bully. Yeah, to bully Revo for not playing Nier. You played it for the soundtrack. That's it for. That's interesting.
What?
To be honest. What happened?
Just happened in the game. You'll get a chance due to the delay to see what happened. Maybe you can report.
What
I'm
the
doing an
what?
awful job of this.
What? How?
Yeah! Oh. I'll tell you what.
Lucky you for getting that for grabbing that ledge.
This game's movement is so incredibly janky, and I love it. I think it's great.
I thought you said it was smooth. Where is this jankiness coming from? We had like a whole 1 hour conversation about this game's movement.
It's faster, which means that it can end up being a lot more fluid, but it also means that you're slipping all over the place and like tripping over things, and you fall off something and then grab the edge of it by doing like a 180 by mistake because you're flinging the camera around. It's weird stuff like that. What am I expected to do here again?
Didn't you just come here to do the grid node?
I did. Oh yeah, this room is just completely unnecessary, isn't it?
It is a very pretty room though.
Oh no, you meant to go through this doorway. I stopped playing Nier back in 2017. Yeah, I did. It's because I know that if I play it again, I need to finish it.
Okay, so just.
But I
dedicate a
wasn't
weekend
convinced
to-
by the first run, so I need to commit to completing that first run so I can just do the other runs.
Alright. Wait, what? Oh, you're still looking for the multiple points of the grid node?
Frankly, the specifics of how this works, I have no idea. It's mostly just go to the different points and press the button.
Okay. Oh wait. Oh, okay. So now you exit. I thought you already pushed. I saw you push a button earlier. I thought there was only one button to push.
I think there's two, but I don't know.
I don't remember there being two. I remember it being one. That's. I need to play Catalyst
Some
again.
people have the wrong preferences. These hot takes from chat.
Oh god, this game is fucking gorgeous. Just when you were going down that zip line, like all the color and seeing the city and everything. God, that is so gorgeous.
Oh, it's wonderful. There's a 1 hour GDC talk just on the lighting of this game. And it
Really
is. The
good.
lighting is really good. Like,
Oh, the skyboxes too. The sky.
look
looks-
at that. The way you can see the reflection of the ground in the wall here. No ray tracing required.
Ah.
Baked in lighting can actually be quite good, really.
Oberon Crex writes in chat. Hey
Oi.
Revo, how you doing?
You were in the last stream, weren't you? Welcome
was.
to this stream. I've been doing alright. It's been a busy couple of weeks, what with holiday stuff and...
Making YouTube videos.
Yeah, I've been trying to fit in video stuff where I can, but it's slower going than I like, but I'm really happy with how the next video's going. But it's one of those things where...
Go back! You missed a thing you could pick up! You missed a collectible! What are you doing? You missed a
Right.
thing!
Okay. I'll go over here to stop, to pick up the thing, and the set animation that's identical for every single one of these 100, 200, 300 odd bloody things.
Wait, that's not even the thing! You missed another one past the zip line!
Oh, Dave's away. See you later. It's good to chat to you. Why am I not capable of speaking functioning sentences today?
Cause you're British?
Thanks. Shall we try a delivery mission, and you can see how terrible I am at these.
Oh boy,
You-
oh boy, oh boy.
If you make one wrong turn, then you just... That's it.
Wait, Dennis, what does that mean? Imagine being from the west of the Atlantic? What does that mean?
Hmm.
What does that mean? Imagine being
Nailed
from the
it.
west of the Atlantic. What does that mean?
Probably referring to the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, but there's lots of people that are west of the Atlantic, so I don't get it. Oh, dude, you did. Well done, you did that. That was good. You completed
you.
that delivery mission, all right?
You know me, I'm just a pro. Oh no.
Indeed, you are. So how long were you streaming, man? How long have you been streaming since like before I got back from freezing my ass off outside?
Just under 2 hours, I think. We've been here. So I'll probably go for another about hour or so. And then call it a night, I feel. Oh, it's just a quick little thing. I don't. There wasn't a plan to this. I just kind of wanted to stream to become more familiar with it because there were technical problems at the start.
Dude, you made a whole fucking thumbnail just for this stream. You made a whole Titanfall thumbnail just for
Yeah.
this stream. And you're
I like
"Oh,
making
just a small,
thumbnails."
Just a small throwaway thing
Look,
I want to do. Spend
any-
hours of my life in Source Filmmaker putting this together.
Any excuse to make a thumbnail in Source Filmmaker is one I'll gladly take.
Ooh, so you want me to commission you for more thumbnails then?
Gladly, sure. Money, yeah. None of this pays, so that'd be wonderful. I'll just go make thumbnails, no more videos. Channel cancelled. Let's go home.
Actually, legit business talk here, Revo.
Okay.
Like, there are some people like I genuinely think would pay for the thumbnails you make since like, with Source Filmmaker. I could hook you up with some people like doing YouTube stuff.
That would be, I would be interested in looking into that actually, because I find the thumbnails easier to work on than making a whole video, which means I could fit it in between working projects. The one thing from when I did your one, which, by the way, nobody here has seen yet because the video is not out yet.
Nah,
Cough, cough.
I'm going to try and get it out next week. I'm aiming for next
Oh,
week.
wow. Okay, wonderful.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I finally was able to do the voice recording once I started feeling better. Once my holiday illness finished, I was like, okay, I can speak again. Let's get this done. So I did the thing. Now it's just a matter of I need to record hours upon hours of gameplay for just a few minutes of clips.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. The one thing I really want to get down is I want to be able to work on them a bit quicker, because while they look really nice, I'm worried about charging people a lot for them for the time they take. You know? I'd love to get them down to a point where I could charge a bit less for them by completing them more quickly.
Well, I'm sure it would all depend on like the thumbnail you're making. Like I feel like the price I paid for mine was fair. Like given the amount of characters and all the little artistic changes and additions
Yeah.
I wanted you to make.
The thing is, if I can get it down, though, to the amount of time it takes, I could potentially get people willing to ask for my services more often. You know?
Oh, wait, what the hell? Dennis writes, you started streaming 2 hours ago and never notified your friends. I'll bring my grandma roleplay elsewhere.
Oh, no. Yeah, take the grandma roleplay. I don't want it here. Go. Be gone from this realm. I know what he's talking about. It was a terrible RP where we were voicing grannies playing GTA, and it was an embarrassment. We felt
Why did you do this?
commit to the role, you know. Commit to the role.
What was the point of the role? Was it
There's
for
a
project,
secret
or was it just to fuck
animation.
around?
There's a secret animation that you can do and serves no benefit in Mirror's Edge Catalyst.
Ooh, I want to see this.
Wait, how do you do it again? No, no, how do... Oh no.
What? What's
You can do
wrong?
jumping jacks, but I don't remember how you do it.
You can do jumping jacks? That's awesome!
There! Look at the shadow.
Hold up. It's
Oh,
waiting-
let me
I
go
have
up
to wait for it
to-
to catch up.
There we go. Just doing some jumping jacks. 10 push-ups! That's right.
Hey, wait, it's first person! I can't see the animation, you dunce!
Look at the shadow, you div. I said it was pointless.
No, that's just crouch jumping! Dude, it's just crouch jumping! It's not jumping jacks!
No, it actually... It is a different... You know what? You know what? I don't need you. I don't need your criticisms. I can make it on my own. Tailgate's asking if you've played Halo Reach on PC yet.
Someone hasn't watched one of my recent gaming videos,
Oh.
particularly the one about 2019 in gaming.
Oh,
Someone should maybe
Spicy.
go watch that video.
there we go. That's an answer.
The Frumentari writes, Revo has been doing jumping jacks wrong his whole life.
I don't know what you were seeing, but I was seeing jumping jacks in that shadow.
It's a crouch jump! It's just a crouch jump!
What, you jump and you like spread your arms and legs out?
You weren't spreading your legs out!
Okay, I need to find somewhere with a proper shadow. There's another animation as well, where if you slide and you turn while sliding, you do a little animation for it. There.
Oh no, that I believe. That I believe, and I think I've seen that too.
Okay. Well, look at you, Mr. Fancy.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, that is sexy.
There are some really nice animations in this, and you just never see them because you never realistically
Yeah.
use them.
Like, most people have never seen the animation of where Faith touches herself. What?
Right. So on with the grid node.
By the way, everybody, if you want to see that particular Faith animation I'm talking about, I'm sure you can find it on the hub.
What?
You know the hub.
You know what? Nope. This isn't going to be a conduit for telling people where to find us. I will have no part in this. Let's look at the chat and distract myself from this.
Oh, well,
Obi-Wan
Bonus
Craig
writes, I've seen it
says-
in my sleep.
Oh my god. Oberon Craig says, please fix the reticle in Reach.
Wait, I don't have the power to do that. I'm sorry, I'm not a developer.
I think he means because there's like the classic option, and then there's like the option where the reticle is centered vertically.
Okay, but he's never seen me, like, if he, wait, have he? Oh yeah, the gameplay from my video. Like, there's
Oh.
something wrong with my reticle? I didn't realize.
So, in Halo originally, the reticle was... Oh! My god. The reticle was lower down. This is bad. This is very... Ooh! Nailed it. It was
believe in you.
lower down, but in a lot of games now, you know, it's centered on the screen.
Yeah.
So you have that option in the PC version, which is nice. I'm gonna be honest, I played it centered. So
Nice jump, holy shit. That was, I know you're probably long past that, but that was close. That
it was
close.
pretty clutch. Can we just observe how amazing this looks?
It really does. Woo! Oh my god. Oh. Okay, like, this is pretty tense watching you do this. That's the thing I really like about Catalyst. Those moments of platforming where you're like, Oh, you feel a tingling sensation where you think oh, he's gonna fall, but he doesn't fall. Oh,
this
Dennis
and
would
more
like to
in the
know.
news at 10.
Dennis would like to know favorite video game character bosom of 2019.
Okay, what released in 2019?
All right. Okay, let me bring up my list. If my list would load.
Your list of bosoms.
Okay, so games that came out this year. Oh, okay, bosoms. Okay, well, there's all the female characters from Mortal Kombat 11. There's Kate from Gears 5. There's Jessie from Control. There's Lady, Trish, and Nico from Devil May Cry 5. There's Anna from Metro Exodus. There's all the female characters from Borderlands Free. Oh, there's what? Damn it, what's her name? Claire. There's Claire from Resident Evil 2 Remake. There's the female characters from Apex Legends. There's just every female character from Code Vein, because you know, Japanese anime game.
Oh god, yeah. That's definitely not my choice then.
Okay, so
Code Vein.
I think that's a good selection so far. I think that's a good selection I got there. So I guess my favorite bosom? Ooh. Damn, I'll have to get back to you on that, Dennis.
Cop out! Cop out! I'm just gonna say
okay.
Claire.
Oh my god, you actually answered the question! You said you liked a woman's bosom!
God forbid I answer a question.
Okay, if I weren't to I'm gonna copy.
That's right. Now he's answering because I've called his bluff. See that?
Okay, so what I think I'll do, it's gonna be a tie. I think it's gonna be a tie from the characters from Mortal Kombat and the ladies of Devil May Cry. So the ladies of Mortal Kombat and the ladies of Devil May Cry. There you go.
Cop out. Just say Cat from Halo Reach. Spoilers.
Well,
Wait,
she
have
does
you
a nice
finished
chest
the
piece.
Reach campaign?
I have not.
Okay, never mind. I was about to spoil it.
Oh, don't worry. I know everybody fucking dies. I know.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Is
that's
Cat
not
the
a
one who
spoiler.
gets
It's
one
Halo
shot
Reach.
by a needle shot in the story? Like, just in the middle of a cutscene, just bang, one needle shot, despite the fact they're Spartan, just dies.
Well, dude, like, again, this isn't a spoiler. It's Halo Reach, like, and in the Halo trilogy, Master Chief is the last living Spartan, so... Yeah,
Yeah.
you know everyone's gonna fucking die.
Well, yeah, exactly. Not a huge fan of the Reach campaign, really.
Really?
Gameplay was fine, story was not great.
That's interesting, because a lot of people I hear who really like Reach, they like how the story is very melancholic and bittersweet, like it feels like a genuine, like, war story.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I felt no attachment to the characters. They didn't really interact with each other or do anything. They didn't interact with the player either. The player, aside from the fact they actually do speak in cutscenes, is basically a silent protagonist.
Huh.
And then they start dying, and it's like, people don't... There's not a big enough deal made of it, I feel. They're just kind of like, oh, he's dead, oh, that's a shame.
I'm curious, like, do you think when developing and writing Reach, that the developers were more focused on the world building than the characters? Like, they were more focused on, like let's explore this aspect of Halo, like the darker side of the Halo war, because well, Halo's always been kind of melancholic, because, well, humanity's on the brink of extinction, like, there's these doomsday weapons with the Halos, and then it takes this whole other direction, like, let's examine the war from the perspective of the UNSC and, like, Spartans when they were around before, like, Master Chief was the last one. Like, do you think it was more important for them to, like, just explore that side of the mythology?
I feel like they could have done both. And I always feel like, this is the thing, I always feel like you can do both, because I feel like there is no excuse for a game to not have humanity in its writing. And what by that I mean genuine moments of character interaction, even the barest amount of character development, true, like, believable moments of emotion and things like that, and a reason to actually feel an attachment to characters. I feel like no game can, unless it isn't aiming for story at all and it's not about characters, I feel like any game is capable of doing that regardless of what the overall story is, because you don't have to break and buck trends to do that. You don't have to come up with a shocking plot twist and a new, way of telling a story in order to do that. It's not an easy, it's not the easiest thing to do, but it's not the hardest thing either when writing a story. I'm not gonna say that I'm an expert story writer and I could do it. I just mean, I feel like more games should be written in that sense, and it's not just because I'm playing Mirror's Edge Catalyst right now that I'm getting annoyed about this.
Ooh, dude, there's a video in there. You just wrote the script for a video right there.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying a word. How do we get that? Oh, I did pick it up. Oh, never mind. Yeah, this is a nice little area that is right at the edge of the map.
Is.
So there's really no reason to go around here, except to pick up these things. And all these do is give you XP, which I don't really need.
Because I'm really enjoying this. To continue the whole story campaign talk. So you're talking about like the humanity of stories. Like in that case, how would you apply that to like the Titanfall 2 campaign? Would you do you think the Titanfall 2 campaign is better than the Reach campaign?
Yes. Wait, no.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's better. Titanfall 2 is not like, its story is not crazy, it's not out there, it's not making you reassess how writing in games can work or anything, but it's written with a genuine connection between the pilot Cooper and BT. It's like, it's basically like they learn to sort of get along with each other, and then they're bros, and it's like, yeah, bros all the way and all that. But it's genuine. You feel like they're actually talking and communicating with each other, not just spouting off one-liners. They're talking about, and having the dialogue in the levels where you can pick the two options makes a huge difference, because it's not just about giving you the option, because frankly that doesn't matter. It's about directly involving you in their communication during the levels. They're not just spouting off nonsense that you have to listen to because it's objective dialogue or things like that. They're talking about what's actually happening, and like, so few games do that, where the characters don't just talk about what you're to do or what's going on, but they actually talk about how they're feeling about it. And they talk about it in small ways in Titanfall, but it always feels like they're talking about the people communicating with them or the thing they have to do right now. And that gives it so much more humanity.
Aye. And once again, there's a video right there. You just wrote the script for another video.
I should probably just make a video on this topic, but well.
Yes, please, I'll pay you. Please make a video.
I'm not taking commissions on videos, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
You have a Patreon.
You know what? That's okay, you've got a point. Right. This is a topic I would like to go back to. It's one that I would need to go back and look at different games to talk about. And I am going to talk about it to some extent in the next video. It is a part of the next video. And I have things I want to say about that. So I will probably work on that video, and then from there I could start looking at other games and talk about a similar thing. Because it's one thing to look at games that don't do it and say, oh, it doesn't do it and that, but it's a completely different thing to find the ones that do it right. And not just the ones that are primarily story-based, but games which are dominated by gameplay and are focused on the gameplay that still manage to convey a genuine story where the characters are believable and relatable. I think it's entirely possible without distracting from the gameplay if that's what the developers want. So yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, I'm curious. Okay, so we've talked about the story, and you talked about how important the humanity and the characters are in these single player campaigns. But oh shit, Beard Grizzly's in the chat.
Whoa, hey.
Oh wait, isn't this awesome? We start talking about like character story and lore, and then Beard Grizzly.
Are you saying you should wade his way into this Discord chat so we can discuss this
Oh my
topic?
God, I get to have 2 of my best buddies in the same call.
Oh my god, he's gonna go up 3 more octaves. Well, hello Beard Grizzly. Do you wish to communicate with us about this, considering you were the resident lore expert?
He is the lore bear.
The lore bear. Yeah.
Yes, that is his nickname, the lore bear. He is the lore bear.
Nice. Alright, yeah, let's do it. Let's roll if he's up for it.
We just need to wait for the response in
I
the
will
chat.
warn you, I know not a ton about Destiny 2 story though, so if like
Oh, he plays other games.
I know, but it's his specialty, isn't it? It's like I feel bad being like that's cool, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, as soon as you find the damn Discord. Okay, I will send you an invite. Okay, this is going to create a new thingamajig, like a new private thingamajig. Okay, here we go. Group DM. Oh, wait!
Wait, what? As soon as group yes. Yo, how's it
Oh, hey.
going?
Oh, hey, oh, there he is.
We have never, I don't think we've ever directly spoken, just through comments. The
Yeah,
witty
actually.
comments at that.
Now that you, whoops, Daisy, what did I do? Hit the wrong button. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, no, I think that was about it. Actually, you're about right on that one.
So, hello, nice to meet you and all that.
Oh yes. Even though I've known you for quite some time, so
What?
what do you have to say to that?
Have you been making a profile on me?
I mean, look, there are things that you can do on the internet without anybody knowing. Like this is how all of this works.
Like use Google.
Yeah. Look at Alphabet in general. I mean, they do everything and you don't even know, right? It's kind of like the CIA. Wait, are we sure they're not the same people? I better be careful. They're gonna start censoring exactly what I say all the time, especially if I start using choice words. Anyway,
So this is your test. We have been discussing this topic, and if you have not been paying full attention to every single word, you're going to fail the test. So,
oh well, that's great because I
Give us
just,
your
like
opinion.
literally popped into the chat. So anyway.
give us your opinion on what you think we were talking about.
Story good. Story good. Yeah, story sure good.
Okay, and
That's all I got. What are we talking about?
I was grilling Revo here about what makes quality single player campaigns in comparison, in contrast between their stories and their gameplay.
I gotcha. So like trying to mesh the balance and so on. I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what we're looking for?
what I was saying, and what this opened with, is I believe that no matter how much, unless your story is like only gameplay and is not aiming at all for story, I think it's entirely possible for every game to have a story which is not necessarily complicated or in-depth, but genuine and human, believable, like relatable in some sense.
Right. I would say that there is the like with most stories. I mean, how should I even start most of this, or where do I want to start with this?
You're wrong.
No, you're not. You're not at all. The best way I can kind of relate this, I think, if we look at storytelling as a whole, of course, if we look at the vast majority of different stories and tales and so on that can be written, there are things that are just absolutely out there. Like they are made for the idea of being ridiculous. And I would even say to that degree, I don't know if anybody here gives a damn about anime at all, but JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like JoJo's is the epitome of what I would look at as within like most anime or even to a degree storytelling as just being that complete out there general purpose storytelling that makes no sense but still seems to relate back to you in one way or another. It's really weird how it does it.
Yeah.
I didn't really get JoJo originally, and then I watched it a second time, and I really got into how the Joestars kind of build up and everything, how each of them have their own different personality, and it just really built on how the character and what it was mentioning to kind of be, or what it felt like the creator of that anime or that story was meant to be. Then you end up digging into something, and I'll stick with anime here as a general example for a little while longer. We look at something that's otherwise sensationalist as well, which would even be Dragon Ball Z. And that takes on the same general idea of like the power scaling and everything. And it's in a lot of rights, shapes, and forms, no different than what Star Wars has been for years. It's still the coming of the hero story, if you will. It still goes in that same general aspect.
Hero's journey.
And then, the hero's journey. Thank you. And then the last big one that I always think of, though, that goes the complete opposite, that tells more of a serious telling of everything, is Gundam. Gundam is still to this day one of the best, more political avenued animes that I think you will find that can relate general politics to somebody in a very heavy-handed sort of way, and also make you feel way too many feelings at one time, because I think that's exactly what they were looking to do. But I think that generally gives you the overall impetus of how many storytellings could be, at least in like the anime sense. That being said, video games were largely spawned from the Eastern world as it was. We had quite a few, of course, that did come out from the Western society, etc. But it wasn't really until, I would say, the Eastern world got into the majority of video games that it really did take off. That was where we started to see storytelling really build into the medium. That's where we got Dragon Quest and where we got Final Fantasy, just to name like a couple from Square Enix. That's also where we ended up getting, like Mario, as simplistic as it is, go find Peach in the other castle, at least to start with. And now it's like built off of this whole thing where you gotta go frickin' find Bowser. Like, all of this is just so incredibly different from how it was previously, but it wouldn't have started there without having the Eastern world really get into a lot of storytelling. I'm not sure if you had any like specific ones, but I'll sit here and yammer all day about like how this whole philosophy of story in general would go.
Well, that's actually
I'll tell you
interesting talking about the Eastern influence.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll tell you what though, my three favorite anime, which have been described as Gundam, JoJo, and Star Wars. Can I point that out?
Yeah.
You were talking about Eastern stuff in anime, and you went JoJo, and then like it's like Star Wars, it's like Gundam.
Yeah.
No. Oh no! Lost connection to the EA servers. Social features will be unavailable. My day is ruined.
Oh no.
Oh no, the horror. However will I play this single player game?
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I agree with you in the sense of, particularly with early games, I feel like, as well transitioning from the background of like the Atari family computer systems and all that, where it was about sitting around the TV and playing a relatively simple game where blocks move across a screen, right? Going up to even something like Mario, which is you're jumping over things, effectively. But there's at least a story, a thread through it, where this is a character, they are doing this thing and going here. And they did try and write those in for like Atari games in like the manuals, but it was a lot less convincing because it was clear that those were written as like after the matter to justify the game's existence, almost, with some flavor text. Whereas it feels like in a game like Legend of Zelda, it's like they wanted to make something which is like a hero going to defeat this creature to save the princess, which is a small step, but I think an important one in making it more like substantial and making it more genuine as well.
Eastern than it is Western in a lot of rights. Western storytelling is way too simple in a lot of like overall avenues. And I don't mean that from like Shakespeare or anything, because Shakespeare was by far in a way not simple in his overall tellings, but his tales were simple. Meanwhile, if you look at something like how the how Japanese, Korean, and Chinese storytelling in general kind of evolved over time, there were these different tales of like how this samurai or this person that was involved in the story would take a bow and arrow, attach like rope to it with something else, and then cast fire across like this different field using this rope, and it like lit up the entire field on fire. These are things that overall were not very typical in Western storytelling. We adopted a lot of those because we went, oh man, that's badass. So of course it just helped our storytelling a lot. But Eastern actually had a lot to do with that. Halo, however, has much to do with that because of the general influences that they kind of took from how Easterns would sort of play into like the power fantasy again, how they would utilize shields, or how even some of the weapons like the sniper rifle I think was actually used a little bit more to greater effect here than what you would have found in some other titles. Not to say that like Call of Duty or Battlefield didn't use sniper rifles to great effect previously, but Halo used them to a different effect. They would also have it, though, in their general storytelling of, like, the one warrior that could take on a full army. And these sort of ideas were very, especially in the East, was highly adoptive of, like, a one-man army or something like that. We joke, and I'm sure that this is a really good meme, everybody knows Dynasty Warriors. Everybody at least knows the basic premise there, where it's just a hack and slash and you're one versus an army. There were tales that were spun that way. There were, and of course now you've got me on the spot here and I can't think of too many names. Both Chinese dynasties and of different eras, I should also mention, and Japanese as well, had different characters and different people that fit this idea of like the 1,000-man warrior. For instance, I will call up Lu Bu. I think he is one of the most synonymous, at least, with Chinese dynasty, Chinese lore, etc., mythos, and so on. Lu Bu's whole thing was that he could wipe out an entire army on his own. He didn't need anybody else. He was that strong. Now, obviously, the questions were, well, how was this possible that he didn't need any of this at all? How did he not need, like, any kind of backup? And a tale is a tale. That's really what it kind of comes down to. He was no more or less a man than the next man was, but he still garnered the respect of people, and he still had a military force that was very powerful. It's also said, instead of being highly dictatorship or highly aggressive, he was just a brilliant tactician that erred more on the side of being extremely aggressive. So in some cases, to kind of round this out on Lu Bu as well, some of the current Western style tactics that we have as well are in our military are actually fostered and still kind of used to some decent effect from what the writings we had of Lu Bu as a person. So as much as there is a myth behind Lu Bu, there is also a real person that is Lu Bu. Genghis Khan would be another general example of this if we want something that's a little bit more written about and isn't just lost to mythos and so on. I think that that's a general idea in that regard. So, to round this out, because nothing that you give me a topic on will ever be in one straight line or anything. Yeah, like, long story short here, the idea of the one-man army is something that Bungie kind of pulled from heavily from Eastern storytelling to carry it over into Western quite a bit. Again, not to say that that trope was just a Bungie thing, but having the replenishing health and everything like that, that was very new for everybody. And of course now every freaking shooter and its mother has to have it.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
it's just that general philosophy behind it all that's very different. With the Spartan history in general as well. Even though Spartan, of course, is not a Eastern tactile or thinking, etc., that's actually something very typical of the Western world, and of course out of Greece. So that's the other fun part.
I like how you pulled it all the way back into Halo. That was impressive.
Yeah, all on my own. Just
Can I point
I do this
out
too much.
this guy standing here while that entire fight happened, unflinching.
I know, I've been watching, was like, dude, why don't you run? He's just standing there.
What game is this? I'm trying to.
Catalyst, Mirror's Edge
Mirror's Edge
Catalyst.
Catalyst.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I like it with the biggest asterisk you could put on like. There were so many catches and clauses to my enjoyment of this game.
So it's like me with Rage 2, yeah. I'm sure,
Yeah.
I'm sure Beard has a game like that too.
I mean, Doom.
Really?
Oh.
There's huge asterisks with Doom. There's huge, like, I need to hear this.
Well, you mean? I thought it was about enjoyment levels. I'm confused now. Hang on.
Oh, okay, all right. We're talking
trying
about
to read the
games,
chat,
games
too,
that we.
so.
Okay. What Revo was bringing up here is games that we like, but we also have serious problems with.
Like serious problems with. Like.
Oh, then I have another one for you. Destiny.
Yeah.
There's a good one.
I guess
a
as
couple-
much.
Yeah, a couple things in chat here. Oberon Krex asks, do you like Reach? I have to be honest, I haven't played Reach. I own it.
Holy shit!
I have not had a chance to play it, though, because my holiday season has been ridiculous. But it's currently downloaded. I just need to get some time to really sit and play it. I am currently season rank 92 in Destiny right now, so as soon as I get 100, I'll have plenty of time to myself.
You surpassed me so fast. I'm only in the 60s.
Get on my
Jesus.
level! Anyway. I'm probably going to butcher this, I am sorry. The Frumentary.
I know, I've been struggling with his name too.
I tried my best here. Any idea how they explained one-man armies back then? Did they have their own equivalents of Wild Tech or Pillarmen? What I will say on the part of like Wild Tech and everything, the biggest thing to keep in mind with the Western world on the history end is they were largely the ones fundamental with truly mastering things like the bow and arrow. They used it to greater effect than anybody in the Western world could. And this came down to things like fire or bomb arrows and so on. And yes, they very much made those. They would have lines of people that would have like little black powder pebbles or so on that they would attach to arrows. They would have a guy that would go down with a torch, light them all on fire, and you would have these guys that would just send these arrows off, and it would either just shrapnel down over the ground, which is largely how we got the general idea for like some cannons later on, or was also something that they could toss into enemy lines and just completely obliterate certain rank and file. This is one reason that the Eastern world, in a lot of cases as well, for like guerrilla warfare and everything, actually came along faster than we ever did. We were doing line fires and everything all the way clear through like the Civil War era. So for our general piece of like how we were handling tactics within war type scenarios, skirmish type scenarios, it's always been very, very different as opposed to how the Eastern world would do so. In the same, though, the Eastern world and Western world had this little thing that was a little different called honor that we still don't really understand in the Western world whatsoever in comparison to what they have. So that's a whole different discussion altogether, but I think you get my point. As far as how they explained the one-man army, it was basically just something that they would expand upon. When you were a general, you took up and I say this from like the Sun Tzu era, for instance, since I'm such a fan of Art of War. The ooh, that's gonna hurt. I just saw you fall roll fast.
Oh yeah, I was wondering what that.
The general idea with the one-man army in that respect, as a general, you were basically given all of the accolades that were related back to like how your troops would handle or what they would do, what you would bring in, so on and so forth. So in that respect, even though it was one of those things where you knew the army was still behind them, there were things or there were accolades and so on that if a certain person was involved in the same thing several times, we would look at those people as like special forces operatives today in a lot of rights, where these people would effectively carry on such ridiculous things that we could never even think to do, and pull off these superhuman feats, and they would just constantly do them. That would be the thing that would actually make them stand out as like the one-man army, so to speak. I hope that makes some semblance of sense. Again, I know I get derailed kind of easily, but I hope you kind of get it.
Dude, I get it. Like everything ties in together. Like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you need to look back at history.
Yeah.
You can't just look at everything in isolation. Like everything is inspired by something, and what you're doing through is what we're doing here is we go back.
Back to the past?
Yes.
Shitty games that suck ass? What? Anyway.
This, I will have you know, this is a Christian Minecraft YouTube channel, sir.
Yeah.
Obviously not, because you're here, and I know the harem that you keep.
Well played. Well played.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was really interesting. Actually, I learned a bunch of stuff I hadn't considered when talking about video games. I love this the way that we can start from something in a game and be able to talk about topics external to it in such a way. Do you know what I mean? This is something I've thought about a lot, like the sort of educational extent of games, not just in like literally playing them, but more using them as a starting point to look at stuff, to look at certain topics or ideas.
That's not to toot my own horn on this one, but that's actually the general premise of a lot of my early work that I had done. I had actually built up the idea of, well, how can I tie back Destiny and the science that kind of exists there within to sort of explain certain elements that exist. One of, I think, my favorite videos that I've ever personally done was a video on the Void. If you're familiar with the Void in Destiny at all, or really in any kind of sci-fi or any kind of semi sort of out there fundamental storytelling aspect. Warhammer, that's another good one. I was trying to think of something else off the top of my head.
Warhammer is so fucking that's inspired by everything, but you got to appreciate how it's able to take like all these crazy fucking factions that you wouldn't think would exist in the same universe and make it work.
Yeah.
Also, Warhammer's the most terrifying universe, like fictional universe ever created. Like literally everything wants to kill you.
Yeah. I'm gonna say the stars want to kill you, your enemies want to kill you, your friends want to kill you, the food you eat wants to kill you, the water you drink wants to kill you. And if that wasn't enough, I smell heresy for the Emperor.
Exactly. You've got giant space bugs that eat worlds. You've got demons that like will possess you and destroy worlds. You've got fucking crazy ass orcs that want to blow everything up. Like it just like I'd wonder anything's still alive.
Right.
Oh,
Oberon
boy.
corrects. Gamertron, Master Chief is not the last Spartan. Halo's 1, 2, 3 Master Chief was not the only Spartan, not MIA. All living Spartans after Reach were Spartan 2s. All Spartan 3s died at Reach. Spartan 3s were 90% of the Spartan population. The Flood, the Flood are kind of worse in some regards. I will not say all regards, however, I am sorry. Because
chaos, because chaos is like, oh.
I gotta say, between Chaos, I would say Dark Elves and Slash and whatnot. When you start
Dark
really
Elves.
digging into some of them. Some of that is not really fun to think about. So on. Like, none of that. No, thank you.
But here's the thing about what you bring up, Oberon. Does that come straight from Bungie or free for free? Because quite frankly, I disagree with a lot of the directions Free for Free took the Halo universe. Because quite frankly, they retconned so much shit Free for Free. Like
to my actual knowledge, I think that was a Bungie thing.
Okay, if that's a Bungie thing, that's cool. I only bring that up because like there's just you know Free for Free does some silly stuff. Like for instance, they tried to make the multiplayer canon. I'm like, why would you do that?
Well, Doom's kind of doing the same thing. Calm down.
It is with battle mode?
Well, I mean it more from like the maps and the areas that we've gone to.
The little additional. Calm down. Settle him.
Okay, if that's straight from Bungie, that's cool then. That's cool, bet. I accept that as canon.
I mean, to be fair, the last time you probably played a Halo game was like 10 years ago, because I know for me right now, that's about where I'm at.
I mean, I played Reach when it came out on PC.
Yeah, I cannot wait to, but I am really behind on that one, so don't ask any questions on Halo just yet.
No problem, dude, no problem. Oh, here's a question for the both of you. I think we all I'm curious, like, I think I'll have a general answer, but I'm curious on your interpretation. So Revo first, because it is your stream. I'm curious, okay. Revo, why do you think there is such a prevalence of the military in video games?
Oh my god, what kind of societal bullshit have you opened up?
Oh no. This is something This is something I actually haven't thought about a ton. Not in enough depth to answer effectively, you know. This is going to be based more on my feelings and perception of it and less on stuff I've researched on it. Though it's totally a topic if you're willing to open that can of worms. Right.
I mean, it's your channel. It's your banning. It's not mine.
What is happening? What? Look at the footage. Look at the footage.
What? I'm looking. What am I looking for?
Waiting.
I just.
Whoa! Oh, I'm sorry, Warlock. You want to calm down there?
How did you do that?
That was crazy. That was something else.
I think that's one way to say it. Yeah.
I think the reason it does really well now is for the same reason. Two things. One is the reason why action films do really well, and it's because people like they like spectacle and they like the what's the word that like what's the word? It's like overwhelming joy, like fundamental like feeling of elation, basically, from action and explosions and things happening, and it's all visceral and all that, and it makes it very approachable to a large number of people. I think the reason why games picked it early is because it dates back to the early games where there was a huge layer of abstraction in trying to show what was actually happening in your game. And having a guy pointing a gun and shooting other people is very clear. You know, in many ways, you don't even necessarily need the gun. You have one person, you have pellets, you have another person, and when they hit them, they disappear. And I feel like from that point, it's just it was an easy kind of game to develop because you didn't have to have these additional layers of complexity, and with the abstraction in understanding what you're looking at, it was easier to go, oh yeah, you have a game like what was it, Robotron? What's the one called? There was a twin stick, and games like that did really well in the arcades. The middle ground, I couldn't tell you exactly why it became so commonplace.
Well, okay, you're gonna make me do this again.
Here we go.
The funny thing is, I could say that it's like a general thing of just like Western culture, because I will quite frankly always break things down between Western and Eastern because the worlds were very far apart.
Yep.
And they still in a lot of ways are. So, one, if anybody thinks that that's in any way racist, which I don't think anybody here does,
No.
but one, if you do, I would really tell you to probably educate yourself a little bit more. Two, say that there are plenty of things that actually are incredibly important to celebrate about us being different that way. And three, would also say that all of us have kind of bore many different things off of each other that have actually allowed us to grow to great effect at this point within storytelling, outside of just video games as a means as well. If we were to take even things as movies, the Eastern and Western worlds both kind of look at this idea of military way and so on. It is something that is pretty well within our blood as human beings would be. It's a little scary that that's the case, that like war and so on was very much a thing that we always sort of look into. But if I were to even look at something like, I don't know, the Bible. The Bible actually has the Bible actually has plenty of things, and granted, I'll be fair, the Quran does, the Tao does, all of these different books and theologies actually talk very much about the general ideas of what wars and what battles actually did very well for what they were attempting to kind of obfuscate into the people. You know, the old jokes here that we can always present are nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, but that very much is a truth on it all. The same thing could be said of like how, again, Genghis Khan would end up being seen as like a fighter or as somebody that literally spread his DNA everywhere. Or you end up having, and I'll be fair here, back to the Western world, you have all of these build-ups and all these different different options about the wars that we fought, but we're the ones that kind of proliferated a lot of those into the Eastern world as well. Most like Middle Eastern, Mesopotamian, Sumerian era civilizations were actually brought down by a lot of like the kings and so on that came from the western side of everything to say, hey, this land looks nice, I'm just a German barbarian and I'm gonna take it all from you. And then it changes hands a little bit. Like, that's pretty well built into our blood. Now, if I look at it from modern day, why is that so prevalent within entertainment? Well, it's a simple story for one thing. Simple stories are easy to go ahead and pass off to somebody. Let's take John Wick, for instance, here. What is his motivation? Somebody shot his dog. I mean, that's kind of the meme at the least, but you know, he has to defend himself. He's somebody that seems like he just wants to go ahead and live, and you know, that's about all that he really wants. He's got his own motivations otherwise. Somebody did hurt his dog to a degree, so yeah, he's going to be a little bit on the myth side about it. But he has to protect himself just as much. That idea is actually a very typical thing that we see within story, and something that society has also built up, that the anybody, either man or woman, has to go ahead and sacrifice something in order to protect a family or whatever it is that they want to build up. The idea of sacrifice is a very common theme when you start to see things like this. So, if I look at something like Destiny, the speaker talks about the several tenets of being a guardian or being built up as a guardian after you are revived, for instance. And those tenets, I have to remember them exactly because I haven't looked into it too much. You know what? I can get them real quick and easy here. The whole idea, though, with these tenets is that there is a degree of what a guardian is kind of built off of, or what makes a guardian so special compared to any other human being that may exist at this point. And something that I think Bungie does pretty well with accurately representing that. And now I can find it here in like 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, dude. It's fine. You're not. I know you're not on the spot, dude. We're just buddies hanging out, talking about philosophy and video games. It's cool. It's cool.
I know. That's just how I am. That's.
Oberon corrects us if I'm gonna unlist the stream. No, I mean, the other one is also unlisted. I think I do that so that it doesn't take the spot in the uploads of like the full videos, just so there's less clutter. But if you want, I can make a playlist which will just consist of these 2 videos from the 2 streams and stick them in there if you want to see them. But they won't be privated; they'll just be unlisted. But I'll make a playlist and stick it on the channel if I remember after this. If I don't, just annoy me in the comments and I'll do it.
Well, I'll just annoy you anyway.
Nice.
So the 4 tenets then for what a ghost kind of looks for to bring a guardian back from the brink: devotion, bravery, sacrifice, and then death. Devotion is a common thing towards either family or job or whatever passion you are looking for, so on. Bravery, these follow into a lot of things, is what any military aspect or military operation would hope for. It is seen and deemed as, along with courage, almost like along each other, along the same lines of everything, built up to be the same general merits, if you will. Within any kind of military aspect. Sacrifice, same general principle when all is said and done. Like any of those 2 could require that you have to sacrifice something. Either, I'll take an easy one here. My father and mother growing up, or raising me and my sister, didn't have a lot. So they had to sacrifice a whole ton in order for the family to continue onward and so on. So it's just one of those things in typical life. And then ultimately death. While of course that is an extreme one, if there is something that requires you to give the ultimate sacrifice to either your country or something else, then you would hope it would be on the best of terms that is suitable for absolutely everybody. I think, though, that that's ultimately why military stuff especially is easy to kind of wrap our heads around, because how a war is fought is one thing, right? Like how the tactics and strategy are implemented, that's one thing. Sun Tzu's got plenty about that one, for instance. But how what motivates a war, we've almost always within history seen very similar practices or things that come up. It's either religion, it's something related to politics, it's something related to land and somebody not wanting to really give something up, which generally falls back on the other 2 for one reason or another. Or in the case of Troy, it's over a woman. So you've got several different things over the course of history that could easily say what is caused by the ideas of war, but all of them are human. all of them are very basic and very brutal to a lot of degrees and effects. Is it wealth? Is it power? Is it something else? Is it ultimately or possibly about an element of control? And all of these things are easily seen by the general public, but they're not always easily dealt with. So I think that that's why, in some regards, we see that like the military stories, especially, are brought as a very easy one for many people to kind of relate to. Not necessarily agree with all the time, but at least relate to. The same thing could say, not that I've necessarily seen the whole thing yet, but the new Joker movie, for instance. Some of us can relate to what, in some cases, he has gone through, but not all of us can agree with, or we most certainly should not agree with, the actions that he takes. That's always been the idea of like a comic book villain as it is. You can understand the motivations and why they would do something, but you still go, but they're still a bad guy, they're still doing bad things, they're really not helping anybody but themselves out. Like, end of day, that's what it is. So, I don't know. To me, that's at least some base principles behind what I think is an easy causality or relation of why, like, the military stuff especially is very easy for us to relate to without getting too heavily into a societal, or much more heavy into a societal thing as I could here.
Yeah. Walking on eggshells.
I mean, I already brought up religion and politics. I'm already past the eggshells here.
True.
We're going straight for the yolks.
Yeah.
So do you have an opinion then? If we both voiced ours?
Yeah, really.
I do indeed. I think, well, one, we brought this up, like, that military stories are relatable. That the prevalence of the military in storytelling, like, again, it's a very easy thing to grasp onto. It's very easy to create a setup around that, interesting conflict that again people relate to. It, like, immediately catches their attention. Like, it gets people, oh, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, sort of deal. But of course there are those interesting stories that make it like, yeah, these two sides fighting this war, it's not good and bad. It's like, it's two grays. But another reason I think it is so prevalent is, like, I know some people are going to disagree with me, but we have a fascination with death.
Oh yeah.
Humanity, like, we have a fascination with death, and like when you think about like people, like, there's like this whole debate about gun control, but even the people who debate and dislike guns, like, play like shooter games. Like,
Yeah.
like guns are cool, swords are cool, explosions are cool. Like, there's this video games I find, and war games and games with conflict and battles and, like, explosions, like action games. Like, they satisfy that our curiosity for chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And of course, like, wars and the military, like, they act as interesting metaphors. Like, you can use the military in your game, in your story, in a variety of ways. You can use it to symbolize, like, for example, a band of brothers. Or you could use it to symbolize, like, a system of oppression. You can use it to symbolize, resistance fighting for their freedom. You can use it to show, like, human beings when they're put to the brink. How do they react? What do they do when, like, when all that's left is, like, they have to protect themselves, their ideals, and violence is the only solution? Or perhaps you could use it, like, the military's metaphor, like, violence isn't always the solution, that we can overcome these baser, darker human instincts, like
Anti-war war games.
Yeah, exactly. Like Spec Ops: The Line.
I would say that's an anti-war game. War game. Not an anti-war game.
I would just say that's anti-game, actually. like though. I need to talk about that game at some point, but it's gonna get me so demonetized so fast.
Oh,
Anyway.
I will pay you. I will make up for all
Oh my god, he just throws money at things until it happens.
He's just like, just do it.
He's the true influencer. This is the real meaning of the word.
Yeah, it's not Elon Musk. It's Ryan from Canada.
Well, thank you. I'm honored. Oh, but yeah, I think from my perspective, the reason the military is so prevalent in video games and storytelling in general is just because it's a great canvas. It's
Yeah.
a great canvas to work with.
And there's also plenty of room for obfuscation, right? Like there's a cloud of dust, a fog of war, if you will, that hangs over any kind of battlefield. So some of the tales and stories and so on that kind of exist and happen are always up for interpretation, and always are up for how they can get blown up in scope and scale. So
Aye. Now here's an interesting question for the both of you. Are there any the unique thing about the game like Rev was playing right now, Mirror's Edge? The unique thing about this is that it takes place from a unique perspective. You're not playing as a soldier. You're playing as a runner. You're playing as someone who delivers messages. Your whole goal is getting from point A to B as fast as possible. It's a unique your job is movement. But we have other occupations that are barely explored in games, like doctors or engineers. Isaac Clarke. But I've just saying, like, are there
I've been trying so hard to not talk about Dead Space this whole time. Like, and there you go. Fine, be that way. Sorry.
But again, I'm just curious, like, for both of you, like, are there any occupations? Are there any are there any occupations? Are there any kind of gameplay possibilities that you think like we haven't explored enough yet? I'll just go off and say this right now. Like, one game I really like because it had me looking at the world in a different perspective from a different occupation was the game Vampire from Don't Nod in in 2018.
What, your occupation as a vampire?
No, as a no, you were a doctor vampire. You were a
Yeah,
vampire.
I know.
But what I found so interesting was the doctor bit, because the game had me thinking like a doctor. Because like a big part of the game is like looking after the people of England. You are a doctor, so you're like one of your occupations is like to heal the people and take care of the people, and it benefits like your progression and the society of the world in the game. And so, like, I found myself, like, memorizing, okay, I have this patient I have to see around this time, they go to bed this time, they wake up this time, I need to give them this medication, okay, this person, like, suffers from headaches, this person suffers from a bad cough, so I need to make this medicine, I need to find these materials, I need to go to this area to get the materials. Like, it had me thinking like an actual doctor. It had me acting like a doctor. I was thinking I would take breaks from the main story missions to, like, just go visit my patients and give them their medicine. It was a very unique experience that really had make the game special to me.
So what was the exact question? Sorry.
Like occupations in games, like different kind of character types in games that you don't think get explored enough, that you'd like to see explored. Like Mirror's Edge, you're playing as a runner. Like in Vampire, I was playing as a doctor, and it had me look at, like, we play as soldiers so often in games. So often we're soldiers, but there's other occupations that video games could explore. What games would you like? What occupations would you like games to explore?
Can I answer it in two parts? The one is talking about a game which explores a specific role really well that exists. And then while I'm answering that, I'll try and desperately think of one to answer your real question. Papers, Please. Papers, Please. The entire thing is designed to make you feel like you are in that position doing that job in those circumstances. And I think it does an excellent job of that. With the use of abstraction as well, which is always going to be the case with games. You're always sitting there holding a controller or on a mouse and keyboard. But you can use that to your advantage in the same way that you can use the fact that you're always looking through a camera in a film to portray certain ideas. I think Papers, Please does a great job of that. Now, ones that I think could get represented more. Jobs. I'm going to have to think about it, actually.
Hey, no problem, no problem.
Care to answer while
I'm thinking about it myself.
Damn it.
Because
I stumped you guys with this one.
well,
yeah.
It's an interesting thing to bring up, for the very least, that we don't have like a lot of different titles that are really like brought into most gaming. Like race car driver is a very prevalent one. Anything
yeah.
with kind of like high action and so on is a prevalent one. You could argue maybe that we could like throw in some people that are actual horse racers or something, and not Barbie's Horse Adventure. We could look into
Man
a
of
lot
culture.
of different. Have been around a little too long, obviously. I mean, you call something a demon hunter, but it could also be an umbral witch. You know, if I just want to relate it back to like how Devil May Cry and Bayonetta have been, you could call something a cyborg ninja, or you could also call it a straight ninja from freaking Ninja Gaiden and be done with it as well. All of these things I think have just gotten like repackaged and whatnot on like a fantasy element just as much. I still think though that like Nintendo does a better job, I think, exploring some of the elements of life a little bit more as well, though.
Aye.
For instance, just thinking about this one, especially with it coming up here soon, Animal Crossing.
It's
is on the
all
way.
coming back to Animal Crossing. This entire stream.
Wait, were we talking about Animal Crossing earlier?
Yeah, we were talking about
Way
Animal Crossing
earlier
earlier before
on.
you joined.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Keep
I
going.
mean, look, yeah, we may as well. I mean, Animal Crossing puts you in a lot of different places as well. Like you're a mayor of a town, and then they did the home decor one that they had on 3DS, and there was another one that was another representation of one. Now I think the new one that's coming up, you're like a summer resort owner or something like that. Like it's also a little bit on the different side. In general, it's like a land owner though. Like that's the whole premise behind some of this stuff. And if not that, just like as a mayor as a whole.
Stay
So,
away from the fence.
Oh,
I
see you
don't
later, the Frumentari.
You don't want to end up
Oh,
Glad
thank
you
you for
could
joining,
join us
man.
in
Thank you
chat.
for watching.
help getting out of here. Shutting down the electricity should do it.
Can I skip
Okay.
this? Oh, I can't skip this.
Or that.
Cool. Don't know if anybody cares at all about spoilers for this game. You shouldn't. But just putting
the
it out
first
there.
one was so much better than this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just whatever.
I'm relieved. Whenever I try to talk about this game with people, it's like either people haven't played it or they played it and they just don't care. They don't want to talk about it because it's so
Well, I think there's a lot to talk about when Catalyst. I know
Oh,
with the story.
God, there is.
I know with the story, there's like, But when it comes to gameplay, I think that there's a very interesting conversation to have about movement. And like, because can you imagine if we got a game like Mirror's Edge Catalyst, like with its movement system, but you fleshed out the combat? You fleshed out the combat so it was more than just melee, it was also first-person shooting. Imagine playing a shooter with Mirror's Edge movement.
no. Titanfall.
Really?
That's it. That's what you're getting. You're not getting better than that. That's it. Any
I
game
get
would
where
be
you're coming from.
inferior to Titanfall. Saying it now.
Ooh, I again, and this is coming from a diehard Titanfall fanboy. Titanfall is one of my favorite games of all time. But like, its movement is all like, I hate to say this, like, I don't mean this. Okay, this is not derogatory. This is not derogatory, but the movement is a bit cartoonish. The movement, like with Mirror's Edge Catalyst, I feel there's a like. I can believe this. Like, yeah, I could totally see an actual person skilled in parkour pulling off this moves, doing like what they're doing right now. Like Titanfall, you have jetpacks.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing. The original concept for Mirror's Edge was more like a sort of... It was still about running across rooftops. It was more like a John Woo gun action flick.
I would love to see a game like that. Basically, I want to see Fear and Max Payne have a baby.
I could see it working. I don't see DICE making the game that will work like that.
Oh god, no.
I'll be surprised if this ever gets a sequel.
I'm so curious what DICE is going to make now. Like they're in such a precarious position. Like they've made an epic comeback with Star Wars Battlefront 2, but they've lost the Battlefield fans.
I'm calling it now. This E3, they're gonna do a modern military Battlefield. That's what they're gonna announce, and it will release at the end of this year. That's what I'm saying.
Makes you wonder.
The last modern military Battlefield released at the start of the last gen. So it's been a while.
Battlefield 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, however they want to go ahead and say it, they can just be like, oh, well, you know, it's a new decade, it's a new us, so it's time to do something different.
But you're not doing something different. You're doing something you've done before.
That's the joke.
Well, here's the thing.
It's innovation.
I wouldn't mind if they went back to a modern military Battlefield if it was Bad Company free.
Right.
Well, that's the thing. It could be Bad Company 3, but I don't know about the likelihood.
Yeah.
It's either going to be a numbered battlefield, which basically means nothing at this point, and never really meant anything in the first place. But it'll be a numbered.
They already fucked it up so hard with Battlefield 1.
Yeah.
1. Like, I get
It was bad when they made Battlefield 2, and it was like the 4th game in a series. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
You there, Chris?
Yeah. So the number, by the number, what I mean is it's going to be Battlefield 4-2, which is basically Battlefield 3-3. Really, if we're looking at this, it will either be that or it'll be Bad Company.
Look, there's something we got to talk about in the Western world, and we got to get this off our chest now. The Western world sucks at chronology, numbering things.
Yes.
Dear Microsoft, stop it.
I know.
PlayStation 5. Was that so hard?
But
Now
it's
we
the
have
Xbox Series
X.
But that's just one type of the new Xbox. The new Xbox is actually called Xbox.
Yeah, I know. That was like the whole project.
It's because they're
they're
doing what they wanted to do last time, and they're trying to make it more like a PC in the sense of they're going to release different series and try and get away from generations.
That failed. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just making a Steam box, but you can't modular it.
Essentially, at least I will give Microsoft this. They are like they're not what's the word? They're not screwing the pooch like they did with the Xbox One reveal. Like this is obviously a game-focused console. They're not going on about TV or always online or like it's obvious they're focusing on the games, which is good, and also streaming. I think they got the right idea about streaming. That is becoming like more and more popular, and it looks like they're going to completely nuke Stadia.
Does anything need to nuke Stadia?
No.
Stadia is
I know
typical
it nuked itself.
Google abandonware.
I mean, let me find them here. I know I think I linked them in your Discord here, Ryan. But
Oh?
yeah, I think you reacted to them. Okay. Wait, no, not this one. What am I doing? Freaking, that one's hilarious all the same, but
I love that unnecessary cut to third person in that final animation there. It cuts for like milliseconds and then goes back to first person.
I actually quite like that. I'm sorry, I dig seeing your character in the animations. I'm sorry, don't hate me.
Somebody like modded it or like changed something so that you could see what those third person animations look like in the first person perspective. And while they're maybe not as polished for like showing exactly where your limbs are and stuff as it would be if it was made for first person, I think it looks better. I really do.
Ooh.
I think you do like when you do a backwards flip and the heel of your foot slams against them, and you see that in first person. Oh, was that it? Okay, he went down fast. I don't like any third person stuff in this game. I think it's dumb. I think it's unnecessary where it occurs, and it's just trying to be flashy.
Fair.
The one gameplay benefit it serves is the only time it goes to third person is when the combat's done, but there's many other ways of signifying that. You know.
Okay, so oh wait, 1 second, Revo. So Beard just sent me this anime comic about Switch meeting Stadia. Okay. Nintendo Switch equals Stadia. Okay, so Switch goes, oh hi Stadia. Switch? Don't you get sick of low quality graphics? Oh, that's why you're one to talk. Not really. Well, too bad. Don't have my superior data banks. I can stream in 4K. I'm 4K and you aren't. Okay, Stadia. You're just a Game Boy. Okay, Stadia. Oh, I get, because, like, Stadia's getting progressively irritated.
Well,
Oh
not
my god.
only- Not only that, I think you missed the biggest part of the joke. Okay, Boomer.
Oh, shit! Oh, god damn it.
Nintendo just boomered Google.
This is a
Dude,
polished video game.
How did you do this? How did you get in
When
there?
I finished the mission, I clipped through the floor and then I pressed control and now I'm here.
Sir, that is quite the talent you have there.
The more often I play this game, the more quickly I break it. Without meaning to.
I played through the entire campaign of Catalyst twice. I never encountered bugs like this.
Oh my god,
Well-
the last playthrough I did, constant bugs. Crazy.
Maybe he just kept saying sorry A every time he could. Game just felt sorry for him because he's Canadian.
Aww.
Oh, I did it. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I go for that low-hanging fruit.
Speaking of low-hanging fruit, if we're talking about story, can we just quickly establish that the story in this game sucks?
I mean,
It had potential.
What?
yeah,
Huh?
sure.
Huh?
Not as much potential as Thundercat's Roar does right now. Wait, what?
What, dude? It could have been like, hey, this
Little bit of
premise with-
contender.
No, look, think of it this way. Think of like the game with the same premise but better writing. Like if
What?
we
The,
just
what?
had better-
What just happened there?
I
Waiting for it.
God.
watching.
Okay.
I love and hate the movement in this. Yeah, when you vault off.
What happened?
That never normally happens. When you vault off of the banister, it changes
Oh, wow.
your direction.
You did it again! You did it again!
Yep.
You actually repeated it. That means you should be a Q&A tester. They still won't
No.
listen to you, though.
Yeah. I like the movement in this game, and I can accept the jank for such a slippery, sort of free-flowing type movement. Like, it doesn't cage you into very specific interactions. You can manipulate things and break it in ways you're not meant to. And I like that.
Mirror's Edge.
What's that?
Okay,
Did you
Mirror's
just?
Edge.
Oh. Right.
I'm a quality video game. Okay, Mirror's Edge.
Yeah. So like,
Okay, EA.
Mirror's Edge
Ooh.
Catalyst story sucks. Mirror's Edge 1 story better, and that story is not even that great.
Well, I'm
I-
gonna say that was the. I feel like this came out in about the age, quote unquote, if you will, where things were done because of something, not because they had a story. So, forgive me because I know this offends some people. Some people write characters because they're female, not because they're good characters.
I'm gonna say I think that's fair enough. I think the problems in this game's writing are so much more deep-rooted than just with the female representation. I think the entire thing is a shambles.
Well, I think they relied on that so have like if we want to talk about EA at all, we have to talk about their marketing at one point
Oh, God.
or forever. And that's the one thing that they did with this game that I remember. They were so uptight about the marketing for this game, and they focused so heavily on the fact that Faye was the character that you played as. and
Yep.
that really ticked me off to some points. And then I remember other things like Dead Space had some of the worst, the absolute worst marketing for a game in that
Oh, it
position.
did. Which
Oh.
Dead Space was it that had the?
All three of them had terrible marketing.
No,
campaigns.
no,
I know the
the-
one you're
the-
thinking of.
yeah.
Your mom hates
Yeah,
Dead Space.
yeah. It was like Dead Space 2.
That
yeah.
was 2.
Oh god, that was
That-
an awful campaign.
That is just so freaking synonymous with like how you don't market a game.
Yeah.
And how you absolutely lose money on it. And that's exactly what happened. That was
Yep.
such a joke what they did.
Exactly, it was
abs-
hilarious.
Yeah, well, they should absolutely be friggin' they what they should be is ashamed of themselves because they called such poor attention to the game to say, well, no, we made this game as offensive as we could for that reason, and somebody like me got it, but the typical buyer is going to look at that and be like, well, why would I do that when the game's just there for shock value? And they don't really go into like some of the general idea of like what the game was even about. The stuff they did with like the interviews with Dead Space 1 on Sci-Fi Channel still didn't encapsulate the entirety of how that game was put together. Nothing of it was well.
Do you know what I just
was well
considered?
explained.
I think I know exactly why there's all this third-person stuff with like the finishing cutscenes and like that one that just played there in this game, and it's marketing. Because when you're showing gameplay and you're showing those things, and you're showing off footage, you want your character to appear in the footage. And if it's all first person, you can't show your character.
Right. Well,
And that's it. It's the branding. It's the branding of Faith that they wanted to show. That's exactly it. That's why. I never realized that, and that is disappointing.
Oh shit, we just blew his mind, man! Like, this is gonna be in the video now.
well, I mean
Yeah.
that saves them money in that respect for like how they show off and everything, how they build up their trailers and so on.
Yep.
So yeah, absolutely. I mean, why does Destiny have a third-person mode in the tower? Because it makes you look at your character for a little while. Why did they make you do it when you switch to your super? Same idea.
Yep.
It makes you
Hey,
feel like
Kyle.
something special's happening.
Right. Chat, you guys can pipe in and say hi or ask us questions or anything while we're sitting
I
there
think we
rambling
lost
like
them somewhere
idiots.
along the way.
Yeah, they're just like, oh my god, all this philosophy talk. What in the
hello,
world did I sign
Kyle.
up for?
Hello, Kyle Compliance. Welcome to the stream.
Apparently, we're his lovelies.
Mm.
Oh, I see. We got a out of him. He finds this very endearing.
Yeah, I have a bone to pick with this game. I'm gonna pick the bone with this game. It's taking me a while.
We all have that game, don't we?
I'm on to talking about the story in it, and there's half an hour of writing right now, and I need to shorten that because it's too long. But there's just so much shit I want to be like, no, this is dumb, this is dumb. And I feel like I'm not giving it a fair shake. I haven't even put in the stuff where I'm actually complimenting things I like yet, you know? I've been too harsh on it, and I need to go back, so it's going to end up more words. So it's going to need a lot of drafts.
We've both been there. Me and Beard have both been there when making videos. We've both been there.
It's just, this
Especially
is...
when you,
Sorry.
especially when you like just want to get that one clip and you just can't get it to happen.
Yep.
And the game doesn't want to cooperate. You're just like, what is my life?
Yeah.
Oh.
Dennis, ask me what these questions were. I was not here for it. So what? You and your filthy Frank avatar. It is time to stop indeed.
Being a runner. You could always become a crane operator, Icarus.
Wait, you didn't ask lots of questions. Bullshit! I've been looking at chat.
Alright, go deal with the second terminal. Stay on the move.
It looks very similar to Filthy Frank, I'm not gonna lie. At least like the very small preview that I get to see on my screen. but
It actually does. I never thought about that.
I mean,
Okay.
let me put it this way, Dennis. If you want to, go ahead and start up a channel. He's not doing it anymore.
That was one of the few missions where you can actually, and it's only for this last bit, where you can actually see the objective physically before going to it. Which the first game did so much better than this. Like the level where you're going to the crane and you can see it outlined in red, sorry, highlighted in red the entire time. This game just doesn't do that nearly as much instead, because it's relying on this red line to lead you there.
I don't think there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, like with having a waypoint system, like again, Dead Space, because it could be it's easy to get lost when you're like busy exploring, or like some of the environments look samey. But I think the problem with Catalyst is that it doesn't want you to experiment. It wants like you have to go this one way. So at a point, it's not totally a problem, I'd say. Like again, like this is totally subjective. And I enjoyed my time with Catalyst, but I could understand perhaps from your perspective, Revel, that you want more freedom. You want to get here your way, but the game like basically becomes move forward and like almost have the gameplay itself. Like you're in at a point your input is null and void.
That's a lot with the open world. I have a huge issue with the way the open world's designed. When it comes to the missions, I think the ones that are actually proper missions are pretty decent. I just don't like the reliance on the red line, where there were times in the first game where you had to press a button to see where to go, but the layout of the levels, for the most part, did a good job of instructing you where to go. Whereas this feels a little more reliant on that line. Not always.
Well done. Could have been faster, but still, well done.
Dennis, we actually kind of did answer a little bit of that. I don't know if there was anything else we needed to expand on, but opinion of games like this War of Mine, playing as a civilian in a war game, we sort of went over that a little bit with the idea of like what other concepts aren't really presented in games at this point. It's like the idea of an engineer, or you know, you could go with a Tomb Raider isn't showcased quite as much, or a doctor or anything like that.
Oh, question. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Revo, why'd those people just disappear? There were a bunch of people in front of you, and then they disappeared.
Good question.
Yeah, I saw that too. I was just gonna carry on like, oh, just a glitch in the Matrix. I guess
this
we'll
game was
carry on from
delayed
there.
twice,
Yeah, it was.
but not by much.
No.
Oh my god. So I'm
Anyway.
curious, would you blame? Okay. One more side question before we get back to the main topic. Revo, do you think like the issues with Mirror's Edge Catalyst? Do you think they are solely on Diced or EA interference?
I think if EA had been interfering, then removing that influence would not have saved it.
No.
Oh.
I don't doubt that EA had influence that negatively impacted the game. They probably had influence that maybe positively impacted it, but that's not the kind of question we're asking. However, I think so much more of it is fundamental design problems. So much of it.
So Dice is incompetent is what we're getting at here.
Why not?
But Battlefield 4 was good. I heard Battlefield 1 was good. You know, Mirror's Edge was good, but with problems.
Well, it was a good concept. Like you always get those games that
Oh,
are
it's a
released
wonderful
and there are good concepts that are presented, but then you get the follow-up to them and they just don't feel like they carry on quite that well.
Yeah. Mirror's Edge 1 is one of my favorite games, but it has so many problems.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, so many. It is not an approachable game by any stretch.
No.
So okay, now to circle back to the questions about like occupations and stuff. Please continue, Beard.
I don't have too much else that I can really like present in there. I also have to say too, Dennis, I never got a chance to play this War of Mine. I know that it's a really well done survival-esque title that takes on the idea of like mental illness and whatnot as well.
Sorry.
What happened?
We'll find out in a second.
You know what? I need to change what I'm writing. I actually kind of like those missions.
Ooh, oh, the delivery missions. Yeah. Oh, well done. Oh, right in the nick of time.
Dang.
That fall, I think, would have killed me, but because it entered the animation, it didn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep talking.
No, I really don't have a whole ton extra that I think I can add to that, to be honest.
I've played a bit of this War of Mine, and I will say it is a very effective game if you want to make yourself depressed. Oh.
Yeah, I don't need any of that. Oh my god, wait a second here. Alright. 2 names that are on Destiny 2 right now.
Oh boy.
Crunchwrap Supreme with a restricted logo, $3.69. And then to his right is Double Chalupa Box, restricted, $5.49. Steam names are brilliant and terrible all at the same time. I swear to God.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. They have to be friends. That has to be coordinated. There's no way that's not coordinated.
I mean, if they're not, I would be shocked. They're both hunters. Of course, they're both friends.
I'm trying to convince Revo to pick up Destiny 2, and I think he would totally be a hunter with his love of movement.
Probably. I mean, just the way that hunters are, they have the best shooting platform in the title, so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I want to play Destiny, but just like something like Warframe, I like what's there. Well, I liked what was there with Warframe more than when I played a wee bit of the Destiny beta, but, what was I gonna say? I'm just not the kind of person who can jump into these games that require a lot of hours and a lot of grinding, because I'm just not very patient.
Well, here's the thing about Destiny, man. Like,
one thing I will say very quickly on that end, the grind of Warframe versus Destiny, completely different things.
Yeah. And Destiny jumps you in at a higher level on PC, doesn't it?
Like I said, you start at 750, you can get right into whatever activity you want to do. If you just want to stay free to play, you can. So those are things that I will say. If you decide you want to go ahead and jump in and like buy the rest of it, cool. That's totally fine besides. But you don't necessarily have to. If you just want to mess around and play for a little bit, you can. And there's no harm in doing so if it's just something that way. Like the entirety of Crucible, for better or worse right now, is completely open to everybody. And if you want to play it, you can.
And that's the PvP multiplayer, Crucible, if you...
Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, here's the thing about Destiny, though. Like, you say, like, you can't commit to the grind, but the kind of, like, one thing I really appreciate that this change Bungie has made is that the grind's there, but it's, in a sense, optional for those who want it. Because if you want to, Revo, you could, like, we could just play the story campaigns. Like, the first free story campaigns are totally free to everyone to play. So if you wanted to, you could just play the game as a single-player or co-op shooter. If you wanted to, you could just, like, for fun, play the Gambit game mode, which is a PvP, PvE mode. Like, you can experience almost everything except the raids. The raids you do need to grind for if you want to play raid content. But so outside of raid content, if you just want to play the game as a casual shooter, just play it for fun, like, you don't need to own every gun in the game. You don't need to reach max level to see everything there is to see necessarily.
I mean, it certainly enhances the experience, but yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah. Like, I would recommend, like, one of the because personally for me, one of the best things about Destiny is earning that special loot and then just fucking around with it. Like, oh shoot, what's the latest exotic I got? Fuck. Oh yeah, the new exotic from Season of Dawn. There's this gun. There's this gun called.
Yeah.
Oh no, Symmetry. I love Symmetry.
Oh.
There's this.
So you didn't get the newest?
No, I haven't gotten it yet. Okay. Going to.
It'll take you 5 minutes. I'm not even kidding.
What? Seriously?
Yeah, it's... Alright, you have to run Sundial one time. You go collect stuff. You have the gun. That's it.
All right, nice. But for the exotic as an example for Rebel, there's this gun called Symmetry, and what it does is like it shoots like a normal rifle. It's like an electric rifle, shoots electricity. Fun and simple in itself. But the cool thing is, the more things you kill with it, you build up a charge. And once that charge hits max, you can activate that charge, and now your shots turn to electric homing missiles.
Okay, I'm at the top of the pub.
So this already.
Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. I heard what you said.
No problem. But that's kind of like the great thing about it. Like you get this unique loot, and then you engage the game in a totally different way. Because if you just had a regular old gun, oh, you're shooting guys. But now with this gun, with Symmetry, you're shooting guys, and you're watching that charge. And once the charges build up, like you can save it for like to take out a mob of enemies or just do some heavy damage to a boss. It changes the exotic weapons and armor in Destiny. Like they change just enough that you can like go through a combat scenario in totally different ways. You can replay the same mission in totally different ways just based on what guns and armor you have equipped.
Well, the new exotic, just to give you another perspective on it too, they're focusing on this like charge idea right now with Season of Dawn. So Devil's Ruin is a sidearm, and it blinks and shoots like a sidearm, like you would expect. But then you hold the trigger down, and it fires a laser beam.
What?
Yeah, you're legitimately firing like a straight fusion rifle laser beam. So it also does precision damage.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
That's awesome. There's no other pistol in the game like that.
No, I gotta say, as far as like pistols go, as far as like it's a versatile weapon too. Like I like this about it because if you've only got like one or two mobs that you want to hit, and you just want to take them down, you can just do normal fire. And then if you hold it down, it'll reload the magazine so that you can have the charge burst fire off.
Ooh, I can't wait to get this.
Yeah, it's a fun little sidearm. But anyway, you can customize however you kind of want to, and that's still why I kind of like to play the game. The lore is another aspect besides altogether, but you know.
At the bottom of the elevator shaft.
Yeah, it's something I keep telling myself I need to pick up and play. But
only if you want to. I mean, I will tell you that there are worse games to get into at this point, but
yeah,
you know.
it's one of these.
Oh.
Well, it's one of these things where I'm not like looking to commit huge amounts of time to it, but rather give it a genuine shot. Because I played the beta and I wasn't swayed by it, you know. But
dude, the beta was years ago. It's changed so
exactly.
much since then.
I know. It's the same as when I played Warframe, and that was early when it came out, and I wasn't super convinced because my god, the game was not in a complete state at that point. It was like beta. I played it.
Yeah,
And then I picked it up again a few years ago, but the problem I have is that everyone else is playing at a really like high level doing their own stuff. And
yeah, that's the good and the bad of any kind of like live service title though as well. Like you if you invest the time into it, of course it's going to give you something back, especially with time that you invest. But
yeah, I mean that's why I liked one of the few games I kept up with was Payday 2, and that's because you hit level 100 and then you can do the infamous stuff which takes you back to 0, but you don't gain anything over the people who haven't done that. So there is a cap to the progression, which means that you can experiment with new weapons and try different setups through the skill trees and stuff, but you can go, oh, a new update's released, let's play the new content. You go and play it, and then you're like, alright, great. And it doesn't feel like it's a stress to stay on top of things, because I'm not very good at keeping up with the pace of which other people play these games at. Like Warframe, for example, it's like I just cannot play enough to keep up with that pace.
I tried to keep up with every single update of every game, but at some point, I've gotten to a point where I just say, fuck it, I'm going to play what I want to play.
Yeah, that's kind of why I am.
That's also why I'm trying to like get done 2 months before the season is over here with Destiny, just to have everything done and over with so I can focus on everything else. Which, granted, my last month has been screwed up as it is, so...
Yeah. So, Warframe's a simple thing. I really like the movement stuff in Warframe, but I just can't... I'm not nearly far enough along in the game to try out, like, all the other stuff. I'm glad that the open world stuff comes in at a lower level, but it's like I'm on, like, the second or third world or whatever, and I'm like... I just want to run around and shoot things. I don't want to worry about getting the materials and doing all that shit, but I know that's the draw. That's the appeal.
Yep. And I know, granted, that Destiny has a lot of that to begin with as well, so I think it's a little bit more accessible, though, than some other titles have been. It's a lot more casual friendly than Warframe ever has been for a development cycle. I would argue, anyway. Let's go to chat here real quick. Oberon asks, what do you think of Subverse, Beard Grizzly? I think it's going to change the scope of everything, at least for a time when it does release. But in the same, I don't think it's anything new. I mean, any kind of adult-oriented content like that has been around for a very, very long time. It's just a matter that I think the general idea and gist of how we are accepting it is changing a little bit with time. So I'm hoping that perception can at least go away and just be like, yo, let the people that are there that are enjoying it and not hurting anybody or anything like that, just enjoy it. I have the same argument. I know it's kind of funny to, compare these two things, but I have the same argument with things like gun control and everything as well. So long as you are somebody that is a responsible adult, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you identify as. I don't care what you use or do or anything like that. Just one, don't bother me. Two, do it in a manner that's respectable of everybody else. And three, just don't be a dick. That's all I care about. Like, it's just done. That's all I care about. Dennis says, not gonna lie, only GT stream I've seen was the Honey Pop one. That doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Of course, that was the only one. Nothing else. It was just that one. Just that one.
Carcino says, I'm trying to commit time to Dishonored 2, then eventually revisit Mass Effect and beat Dragon Age. I would love to go back and play the entire BioWare catalog again. Just to remember, like, where they were before, and just to see, like, how much they've fallen from grace.
Oh, yeah.
Just kind of go, hey, you guys really screwed up, and I would like to show you why. Here's about your entire catalog from previously. Anyway, it's not to say that, like, Dragon Age didn't have plenty of problems as well, because I think it did. But I think it was a remotely much better game to sit and play.
Oh, yeah.
Than what I would say, like, Anthem was when it had released first off. I've heard some very good things about Anthem at this point, so I don't know. We'll have to see if it changes up.
Like, Anthem has so much potential. Like my big thing is just the optimization, man. I want to play Anthem. I want to give it a chance, but I can't get it to play past the single-digit frame rate.
Right.
Like, but my machine can handle it. I'm above the minimum specs.
Yeah, their optimization is absolute dog shit. It is terrible. Dennis also says, Warframe is still in beta, Yeah, but Destiny kind of still is in beta, too. The only difference is that they just have the number that doesn't really reflect that it's out of beta at this point, realistically. Carcino, I'll sort out what other multiplayer games that I play. I'm going to say we're in this realm where if you're playing a game, you're playing like a multiplayer title and you're playing something on the side, I feel like. And mostly the multiplayer title is there to be like, well, I'm playing with my buddies. That's some of the whole point on that one, I think, which makes total sense. That's how like we as gamers tend to interact with each other, I think, overall, which that's a conversation in and of itself.
Let's go.
Dennis says, I still haven't finished Persona 5, Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Yakuza 0, Sekiro. I've got some chronic issues with not finishing games. I do that same thing, dude. That's been me since the Super Nintendo. Don't even worry about it.
You know what I love? I love the fact that this thing of 5-6 hour games is coming back into fashion, because I've always preferred short games. Even I was thinking about it, even when I was a kid. I don't play RPGs not because I don't enjoy them, but just because I like playing a game and being done with it, and then having the ability to go and replay it.
Well, to bring that up a little bit.
There's
Well, look, you can continue to waste your time on this filth. That's entirely your call.
I meant the first game. I meant the first game.
I'm there.
I will always personally go back to Dead Space as a series that I replay like once every year. I make sure that I set aside some time to replay the entire franchise. It is still my like absolute favorite new sci-fi that's come out within like the last, actually a little over a decade now, because I forgot that Dead Space 1 came out in 2008. Oh God.
I can't believe that game's over a decade old. It's over a decade old.
Yeah, it had its 10-year anniversary 2 years ago, which
Rip
is amazing to think about. Yeah, where are they now? Nowhere. Chewed up by EA, just like Respawn's gonna be.
Rip.
Anyway.
Oh, okay, that's where I disagree. That's where I disagree here, because I think after Jedi Fallen Order, I think Respawn like has confirmed like EA, you need us, because you got nothing. You got nothing without us.
EA has nothing without them outside of like a bunch of freaking King mobile games, for God's sake.
I don't know. A lot of these companies are seeing massive increases year on year in income based on the live service model, and I don't think they're gonna go and gut Respawn, because God forbid do I think EA's learned a lesson. No, but then again, maybe at least with Respawn, we'll see. The thing is though, we've seen Respawn go into the fold and they're working on a Star Wars project, funnily enough, the only one outside of DICE to do that. But is Vince Zampella still the head of Respawn?
I think
he
so,
is
yeah.
He is also now the head of DICE LA.
Exactly, yeah.
So what's happening now is, this is one individual, right? So how much can you draw from this? But I can't shake the feeling that this is another sign that Respawn's getting sort of absorbed into greater EA, even if it's just down to individuals. But now he has another commitment, and it's a significant commitment, and I'm not saying that a person cannot do that. What I mean is that it's more than just Respawn now.
I mean, look at what happened with BioWare and all the frickin' studios that they opened, and they ended up not having the people to run them proper. So yes, I would worry about something like that big time.
I can't do that with Respawn, because you look at the different directors. Because keep in mind, like Vince is the George Lucas, sure, but there's got good people. Like I can't remember I'm sorry for my incompetence here, but I can't remember the name of but Jedi Fallen Order, different director. Titanfall 2, the single-player campaign, different director. They've got narrative directors, they got multiplayer directors, like Apex Legends, different director. Like, again, it's not just Vince. Like, Vince is the person who brought these people together, but he brought them together because they're talented, they're passionate, and they love video games. And so far, through all their games, like, we look at Titanfall, these guys, they know, we know how to make an action-packed shooter. And with the campaign, we know how to make a campaign that people will care about and will enjoy and find memorable. With Apex Legends, they're like, okay, we've seen Fortnite and PUBG do these Battle Royale things, but what if we refine it? What if we do our version of it, and we refine it, and we make it, and we take out the bullshit, and we make it, more fun, and, and something a bit more compelling for the hardcore gamer, because Fortnite appeals to the casuals and PUBG's still a broken mess. And then we look at Fallen Order, and then they find the essence of why people love Star Wars. Adventure, fantasy, characters that you grow attached to, just with everything Respawn is worked on, I can't see, it's not just Vince. I understand, spreading people thin, but it seems like everyone working at Respawn, Vince handpicked them, selected them because they love video games, and they love how to make video games, and they know how to make games that people will connect with.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's why Vince is being, going to Dice LA because like EA's like, okay, our public relations are in the fucking toilet. We've lost tons of money. Get no mistake, they still make tons of money, but they've also lost tons of money. They lost tons of money with Battlefield 5, and that's supposed to be one of their cash cows, and they lost tons of money with 5. So like they realize like, hey, we need to shake things up. We need new leadership, and we need to regain some PR.
I mean, I would highly agree, except for one thing.
Ooh?
BioWare. And if the way that EA handled BioWare is any indication of how they decide to handle things as an overall, then I don't really have any care to see what EA decides to do with anything at this point.
I
Because
totally
ultimately,
get that.
they are the ones that I believe still have a lot of the say and wherewithal of where projects go, as much as we would like to think that development studios do what they want to. Obviously, that didn't happen with Visceral. Obviously, that does not happen right now with BioWare, and that's why they are in such the dire straits that they are. So I don't think that Respawn is immune to that service, unfortunately, whatsoever.
I
So
get that.
I worry about it for that sake. I still would like to be hopeful that there can be one shiny turd inside of EA, but overall, I still do worry about it generally.
I get that. But look at this. Sorry to interrupt, bro. Just one last thing. But in the context of BioWare, there is like one thing I would say like in like that wasn't entirely on EA, and that was Casey Hudson. Casey was remarkably irresponsible with when it came to Anthem and Andromeda. He left both projects and then came back to them. Like, these games needed leadership, they needed direction, and it wasn't there. I understand wanting to do your own things, but Casey just he was kind of the head of like with Mass Effect. Like, Mass Effect had its problems, had its development issues, but there was a clear end goal. Like, this is how the series is going to go. We're going to take it in this direction. Like, this is how the games are going to be. Like, stuff like that. With Andromeda and Anthem, it was chaos. It was madness. People didn't know what directions to take the game. They started ideas and then dropped them like the next year. And that caused chaos because there wasn't clear leadership. People looked to Casey as the leader, and then he just fucked off.
Well, in the same, to my knowledge, Casey apparently also had to deal with a lot of the stuff from EA, which ended
I
up
have no doubt,
causing him to not know which way to go. He had his vision. EA decided no, because we needed to go this way because shareholders. And you have both of these issues that are coming out with both Activision and EA, and we see the general change of pace that like Bungie has been kind of going at the moment. Not necessarily caring what could get them a whole bunch of dollar signs versus what they could actually do with making the project that they want to make. And Activision wasn't okay with that general idea.
Yes.
Now they've got more of the ability to actually do what they need to while also keeping the lights on. So I get that in that whole entirety as well. I'm not saying that Casey isn't a freaking blundering idiot, but...
In comparison, I think them moving, giving Vince Appella, Dice LA, is a move to, on EA's level, obviously.
I think it's a PR move more than anything, but...
I don't know. I think what they said is the reason it actually tells us a lot, which is you couldn't put somebody like him on BioWare because BioWare is huge. It's a bloated company, and you need somebody fully focused on fixing that. What they want is another studio to... And they've shown that they wanted to do this before with games like Mass Effect and Andromeda. EA, they want their smaller studios that just assist in projects to make projects as well. And this is, like they said, they want to make Dice LA make their own games. And I think they're going, we've got this studio that at the moment functions alright, but doesn't really do their own stuff. Let's get somebody who we know is good at running a company that releases games to be the helm of this and try and release games for them. Now, how well will that go? Well, Dice's luck with that has been an interesting one. Even with studios that do publish their own games, I mean, they did things like move Visceral onto Battlefield, and it came across very much like a smaller studio trying to make the A-Teams franchise, even though Visceral, was their own developer in that sense. So
I'm gonna say, make a horror developer do a freaking Battlefield game. Come on.
oh god, yeah.
What were they thinking?
It's very much the EA thing, though. Of they seem to be reallocating
Oh.
assets. Their people are assets. Their companies, their development teams are assets. Their franchises are assets, and
when you
they
view
think
everything as
you
a-
can move them.
Right. Yeah, when you view everything as an asset and not something that has heart behind it, especially in the creative field, that's it. I have no literal care to help you at all. I mean, the same general feelings is like on different terms. Like, I'm not supporting Activision Blizzard for obvious reasons of what happened with them last year.
Oh yes.
When you start to continue to treat people that don't even work for you necessarily as assets, then I've got a problem. So
Oh yeah.
the idea of business sense only goes so far, and then you got the scum slime at the head of 2K, which may as well be the same thing. So I don't know. We've got 3 big companies that need a huge wake-up call, that need to understand the idea of artistic integrity more than it is just making a quick buck and appeasing these freaking idiot shareholders that have these real high expectations of what's going to go into it. Your
God, I'm not
investment
able-
market is going to continue to fail you because of the fact that you can't set expectations, you dumb turds.
I don't even think it's an artistic thing. In an ideal world, it would be for the art and all that. But I feel like it is a business thing, in the sense of a lot of the time these decisions are being made without a proper grasp of how the business operates. So how moving this studio onto this project isn't as simple as taking this branch of a different type of company and moving it here for a couple of months, few years, and then moving it back afterwards. The belief is, you teach them, you give them training, and then they can do the work. But in games, there's a whole other thing, because games are such a long project, and any part of that starts breaking down, everything else stutters as well.
Well, and especially with something like Anthem, where they didn't have a single clue what they were creating up until, what was it, the reveal of 2017?
Yeah, in the E3 reveal, till the E3
It's like,
reveal.
Allegedly.
everybody on the
Yeah,
apparently very
But
true,
pretty-
but whatever.
pretty
well
verifiable.
confirmed.
Yeah, yeah.
It's 99% confirmed, and that 1% is there to say, well, it's still speculation. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just one of those things where you gotta. I get that there's a balance between it all. Like Steve Wozniak had said back in the day too, it takes 3 to go ahead and make something work: the artist, the hipster, and the businessman. Like, you need all 3 of those, and that's basically what Apple was founded on besides. So I get it. But the general idea and gist behind, like, who is it that you're hiring or having work on your teams that are creating gameplay elements or anything like that, that actually are working, and we're starting to see further and further that things are losing interest. Well, gee, I wonder why. Because you continue to have people that are like in this, like the movie ratings board or something, where, well, we're just gonna get the kids of our kids of our kids of our kids of our kids to go ahead and, I know that's a little bit too many, but you get my point, to go ahead and do the ratings so that they know what is and isn't really a great thing for, like, what is rated R, PG-13, etc. The same thing kind of goes into it. The Eastern games market, the development studios are still highly family oriented. If you want to get into that system, in that business at all, you better be born generally into the families, or you're not getting in.
Yeah. Particularly with games in Japan, that's a very in Japanese business of the 20th century and further on was very family driven.
Yep. And what's the what's the benefit to some investor, basically, to go ahead and take a chance on something that is, to the, I guess, representative opinion as being something that wouldn't make sense for a market today or doesn't fit for the market today, and you're like, well, no, it totally will fit because we haven't seen this same thing in the last, like, 10 or 20 years or something, and it's not 3D, so I'm not pulling your leg. You know, that's the...
Yeah, we have come so far from the 2007 to 2009 period of EA, where they were like, we need to move away from licensed stuff. What are we doing? We need IP. Right. And then we had Dead Space, Mass Effect, Mirror's Edge. You had all these things coming out left and right.
EA had so many new properties at one point or another. Like, oh my god.
Yep, and that probably cost them a ton of money. Now, they made a lot of money as well, but they were huge financial risks. But the mistake is not scaling down that, but maintaining the operation of developing these new IP and these new projects while making those sequels to things. Instead, they went, great, we've got our franchises, let's make the sequels, and burnt a lot of those ones out due to the own mismanagement of the studios that run them.
Right.
I mean, Skate. People have been asking for Skate 4 for 5 years at least now.
Yeah.
And that would be a pretty easy sell, even for a AA budget game. You could make that. The problem is they don't have the people because they completely buggered. Oh, I'm dead. They completely buggered over the studio because of how they made them rush Skate 3.
Yep. I mean, the same could be said too with like some of the Rock Band stuff and everything. I think at this point they could bring some of that back because it's been like another.
They tried.
What, 8 years or something? I don't know.
Do you not know about Rock Band? What was it, Rock Band 5?
No.
It flopped.
Oh.
So did Guitar Hero Live. They were around the same time.
Gotcha.
Both flopped, yeah.
Man, I never played them, but I kind of miss those music games. I kind of miss those big band music games. Like that felt like a core part of gaming back when I was first getting into games in 2009. That just like that was part of the culture. And now it's like totally absent. And now it's kind of been replaced by, I guess, VR.
Mostly,
but VR isn't really a social thing. Is the difference?
Yeah.
We don't have really much of a parallel to things like the Wii and those like PS2 quiz games and Guitar Hero and things like that. Yeah. We don't really have that kind of parallel because it's all gone online now.
Yep. Well, it's gone largely to mobile as well. Like most of the rhythm games and whatnot have pretty well switched over to being on mobile more than they have anything else. So. Carcino also says, I try to be optimistic with gaming and see lots of games I enjoy, then I see what the company is doing and it's hard to be optimistic. I very much agree. Like I get lost into the politics and the business end of everything when it comes down to games because that's kind of the person that I just generally am. I tend to be very focused on that stuff, to be like, well, what is this company doing and why should I continue to support them? I understand that there is an element of needing to keep the lights on, needing to pay for the electric and needing to pay for the development team that they have, but what else are they doing outside into the community? So for instance, and this is not to say that, you know, I don't have problems with Bungie, but Bungie is largely a very open company, and they try to work with elements outside of their own. For instance, they are working on something of a t-shirt thing, to of course have like their costs covered and everything, but then all donations go to relief funds for Australia.
Oh, that is one thing we can say about Bungie for sure. Like, they give so much to charity.
They do.
They give so much. Guardian Con, the amount of money raised for charity, it's incredible, and and that doesn't get brought up enough.
No, I think that they are a stupendous studio that I don't think get enough credit for like the stuff that they do for the communities overall that they impact.
Yeah.
They did the iPads for kids thing, for instance, and that was something that was very well known within the circles that existed, but it wasn't known too well outside of that. Guardian Con itself was a community fully driven thing, but if it wasn't for Destiny, it necessarily wouldn't have existed with the streamers that were out there besides. So there's portions behind that to kind of consider as well.
I feel like Bungie's name generally in the wider gaming space was tarnished by how Activision made them treat Destiny. And
Yes.
because the view was, this is Bungie now that they're independent, which isn't true because technically that was Reach. But in the public space, and then they saw a game which was underwhelming and understocked in what was there because it had been it was being sold off piecemeal later. And Destiny 2 was the same. So people have accepted that's the status quo and that's what Bungie is like.
Yep. I gotta say, you either play it and enjoy it, or you just move on at this point. I think that's kind of what they've come to accept and understand. In the same, though, it's not like they're still asking for $60, $70, $80 for the base game. They've opened that up quite a bit more to say, okay, this is the stuff we've like made our cash back off of, like we've recouped our losses and off of like the development costs that we have for this. We can now open this to everybody for the public to kind of build up a community, or say, you know, this is our game. If you're not interested in it, that's fine, but we'd rather you try it and not have to worry about like sinking $50 or $60 into it like Activision would say, and be like, well, my name is Bobby Kotick and $60 for a game is still too little. You know, that's where most of that would come in. So.
To circle back to Carcino's concerns, like,
Yeah.
again, I understand some of the pessimism in the gaming community, but I think we have a problem with holding on to the past. Everyone's so obsessed with Activision, EA, Ubisoft, 2K. We're so obsessed with the old guard publishers because, well, these were the guys you bought games from back in the day. These are the guys you bought games from back as a kid. And now, like, they've gone full anti-consumer, and people assume, well, this is gaming now. No, this is not gaming now. This is them now. This is those publishers now. No, I did. What happened?
You'll see it in a sec, maybe. No.
Okay, let's see.
Drone clipped through the floor.
Yeah, I saw that. Yikes.
Yikes.
Collision detection not on.
No. Not a game breaker. There's many of those in the game.
Yeah, that's one of the funny ones.
Yeah. Not even glitches. The glitches aren't necessarily the problem out of this game. Anyway.
Well, what I was getting at, and like I see you in Carcino. I like, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you know, we're not worried about the companies anymore. I get that, but the community as a whole, particularly the outrage merchants, as I call them, the outrage merchant YouTubers and their communities, like, they have this big problem of obsessing with the old guard titans, and CD Projekt Red, but there's so many great game companies out there making great games, and they go ignored. People say, oh, where are all the single player games? They're right here. Just stop expecting them from Activision and EA. They're right here. Come this way. Where are all these classic co-op games that aren't filled to the brim with microtransactions? They're right here. Step this way.
But do you know what I think has an impact on that? I think that the way we are consuming media about games has a huge impact on our perception of them, because before you would read about games through like a magazine or like TV thing, and it'd be marketing, it's all marketing material, but that would mean that they would have control to go, here's this exciting new IP, you get to do all these crazy things, and people go, oh yeah, that sounds cool, and then take the risk because that's all you know about the game. I feel like now we're in this thing where you know a lot more about games, but also it develops a sort of more, not obsession, but people become a lot more attached to the status of these games and the things, particularly because games are not cheap, and you know, people want to know everything they can. So I'm losing my train of thought here because of the stupid combat. Give me a second. What I'm trying to say is that there's this interest in the things that we already know about, and generally on platforms like YouTube, I think it's much easier to write about things negatively than positively and keep them engaging and interesting. It's
I
the
have
reason
an
why.
example on that too when you're done. I think a good example. Anyway.
Yeah, and you know, in moderation, that's fine. But the problem is a lot of the time it becomes talking about EA and Activision and picking all these big targets, the things that A, people already know about and they want to hear about, and B, the ones that are easy to write these negative pieces over.
Well, part of that really comes down to like how our headlines and everything have read on YouTube as a platform, at least if we want to go that way. I will take Angry Joe. I will take Young Yeah. I will take Jim Sterling. I will take even Sid Alpha to some degree. I will take any number of the Quartering, It's a Gundam, whatever you want to do. And let's take Fallout 76 as an example.
Oh, dear God.
Let's take it at the tail end here of 2019, and what happens. The headlines read as, look at this crap that Fallout 76 is doing. But the content inside of the video stated, don't support Fallout 76, don't do the Fallout First membership, go buy
Outer Worlds.
Thank you, Outer Worlds. I wanted to say Outer Wilds, and I was like, no.
I
think
know,
that's wrong.
God damn it! Why
Anyway.
did both those fucking games?
Seriously.
One of them should have changed their names. One
Right.
of them should have changed their names. They're too similar.
Yeah. But to Carcino's point that he's also bringing up in chat as well, like we as a community, I think, or as a consumer base, we look at things in a negative light. Granted, humanity does that too. If you want to get into the psychology of negative thought,
Negativity bias.
that gets
You're
yes,
something like
yeah.
10 times more likely, or that's not the number, but you're several times more likely to post a negative review, a review of a bad experience and a review of a positive experience.
Right. Yeah, that sits more in your head than you will have a positive one, because you expect the positive one to happen. Oh, this is just what things should be like, and this is my expectation of everything, when in reality you don't know the exact policy that go into everything, or you don't know like what goes into development on something, etc. Like, all of these functions need to be considered, but they generally aren't by the typical layman, because overall they aren't something that you can consider on a usual basis. So those are pieces that you have to kind of consider, think about, etc. So to me, that's something that I don't think a lot of people do think about. But again, like Fallout 76 was the focus of most of that. Fallout 76 was the negative piece focus behind most of that. When in reality, most people ended up having the same exact thing. Go buy Outer Worlds instead of supporting what Fallout First is like and what Bethesda has here. Which to me is just like, well, why couldn't you have just ignored most of that for the most part and just said, man, the Outer Worlds looks like it's really going to be a great title. I'm really getting behind this. Maybe it's because people aren't interested in good news.
Yeah. The way I see it, and it's... Sorry, it's a very quick thing. It's super cynical, but this is honestly the way I see it. The only way to get people, for example on YouTube, interested in AA games, let's say, for example, something which people agree, yeah, there's tons of great ones out there. If you don't like the AAA gaming scene, this is where to look, but people don't. If you want to get them interested, the only way of doing that is to rely on the sort of more parasocial element of YouTube by being a personality.
Yeah.
You cannot bring people in with the allure of just the AA games and finding these games. You need to have something else and then bring those in as the side dish.
Right.
Sorry, I'll let you speak now.
I've been using that trick too. You're totally right, man. I've been using that. Like my videos that say, "Oh, 2019 in gaming sucked?" ? Like that again. But when I make those videos, they're just excuses for me to plug good games.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I use that trick. But it makes me wonder, like, just as a hypothetical, like let's say, like, again, never gonna happen, but hypothetical. Say loot boxes, microtransactions, season passes. Let's say all these things disappear tomorrow. And games that used to and like buggy, broken, glitchy games, like they're no longer released. But again, never gonna happen, but hypothetical. Say this gaming utopia happens. Do you think people will still find stuff to complain about and blow it out of proportion?
Yeah. That's just how humanity is, like, overall. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to look at a little bit of history to figure out that factor overall.
Yeah.
Quite frankly. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out the basic idea and premise that we have been against each other as a civilization for I don't know how long, besides in an inability or unwant to work together or think outside the box of what we are usually precluded to think about. So that's a completely different conversation in of itself, but it's still pertaining to the same general aspect of what we have. Like we as a consumer base don't want to understand the developers. We just say, well, give it to us and just make it happen. That's what I pay you for. In reality, we don't understand the limitations that may still exist within things. Like, I know that Bungie struggles with creating content because of the fact that they have a really god-awful tool set, and everybody and their mother has commented on how the tool set takes so long to work with. Regardless of how you may think of it as a tool set and the overall premise of what it presents to us or gives us as consumers, where it is as polished as it generally is, overall, its biggest issue is that it still takes a long time to work on something, where something like The Division or even Anthem at that point, if Anthem had anything, they had a general basis of being able to implement changes and do it quickly.
Aye.
Bungie still doesn't have that. It still ticks me off to this day.
Oh, I'm trying to think of another game. Oh, one thing that is also impressive when you think about games and their development, like Capcom, and particularly how they're handling Monster Hunter. So with Monster Hunter, for the past year since the game was out, they drip fed us content, a new monster here and there, holiday events. And these were satisfying because they kept you in the grind, they kept you in the loop. You you went month after month wondering, oh, is my favorite monster going to be added into the game finally? That sort of thing. And now we see here, there were some people that complained, oh, I wish there was more. I wish they were doing more. Turns out they were doing more. They were making fucking Iceborne. Yeah. And now Iceborne's just come out, and I decide to fuck it, I'm gonna spoil. Let's see all the new monsters. Holy shit! There's so many new monsters.
Well, and not only that, how they've reduxed most of the even most of the environments that they had previously as well, and added more stuff into it. All of it was just pluses on top of pluses. It just all worked. And Monster Hunter's always done that. Just saying.
Well, it's great that they're doing it now on the major platforms. I'm so glad to have this on PC. I don't have Iceborne yet. I'm having it installing in the background as we speak, because mandatory updates and whatnot. And the fucking thing is huge. I'm genuinely really excited to play Iceborne. I'm genuinely excited, because I've already been I play Monster Hunter. I want to say on the weekly to the monthly. I used to I can't afford to play it daily with all the other games.
Right.
But the fact that it's been able to maintain my interest in the over a year since it launched on PC, mind you, and it's been able to maintain. I could have told you that. It's been able to maintain my interest for this long, and now we have this whole other expansion that's just going to eat up so many more hours of my life. I'm again, this, and keep in mind, this wouldn't be possible without the live service model. Again, we complain about the live service model and its problems, and it certainly has problems. I just uploaded a video about Battleborn and how, because that game was designed to be an online-only live service, now come 2021, it's going to disappear forever.
That's 2K, though. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's 2K. Yeah, okay. Side tangent. 2K are so strange.
Yes, they are.
So strange.
If it's not shark cards, they have no care for it, though. Let's be frank.
Yeah. It's so strange. Say what you will about Activision EA, they at least preserve their old games. You can still buy their older games.
Yep.
2K doesn't want you buying their older games for some fucking reason. Their old sports games. You can't play multiplayer. Period.
Yep.
There's bare bones single player in their older sports games. Even some of their older ones that were really praised and people want to play them. People want they just don't want to do it. And we look at Evolve. Despite that game going free to play and using peer-to-peer servers, they decide to remove it from storefronts. Why? You weren't losing any money. You weren't paying for dedicated servers. Why'd you remove it? Like, you could still play Evolve, but still, like, it's basically you need to have a friend who owns the game. Then you share libraries. And, like, so that game is still, in a sense, playable. It's just now a major hassle. And now with Battleborn, it's going to be removed from the face of the earth. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, even EA, even with their failures, like, they didn't try to shut down Mass Effect Andromeda. They didn't with Activision, like despite the controversy like with Infinite Warfare and that like despite like having one of the lowest Call of Duty player bases, they didn't shutter the servers there. They didn't say, oh, let's oh, this is a failure. Get rid of the whole thing. Like, so,
Can't you
again,
still play on a bunch of old Call of Duty PC dedicated servers? Like Modern Warfare and World at War and stuff.
Yeah. You can still play the multiplayer in those. They have not like done. Say what you will about Activision, they don't like get in the way of you playing their older games.
Yep.
So again, it's just 2K who has this weird fucking vendetta of, oh, this is an older game that wasn't super successful, destroy it. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I'm gonna say with what Dennis was saying here, do you guys ever think Red Dead multiplayer will ever take off? It feels if they are limited with the content they can introduce due to the time period and level of seriousness compared to GTA. Believe it or not, there's a lot of stuff that they could introduce if they decided to, mainly because of like how the game that time period actually worked out. They could actually host like some different assassination attempts on Lincoln or something, for God's sake. They could do something, but they choose not to in some regards because they decide to be very mindful of who it is that they are still going and selling to, just based on the general principle that they have some stuff that they need to kind of work out. So I don't know. I think that they have possibility with anything from Wild West. The Wild West in general is just one of those time periods that absolutely could have some stuff worked on with it.
Gang wars, the fucking gang wars. There were so many bandit wars, gang wars in the like that they could take advantage of.
Just take Gangs of New York, and you've got your online mode. Like, frankly, that's all you have to do. So do I think it will ever take off? That's entirely up to them and how they decide to market it at this point, because they screwed up so much by not having the system ready to begin with, and that's completely on them. You do not release something as a buggy piece of shit. When you release it, you ensure that it is at least, especially with online titles, and I know you are never going to be able to figure it out all in live once a game goes live, but it better be at least playable and workable to some heavy degree. You screw it up one time, that's the impression that you leave for the next person that comes into the game. So
I get the feeling
that's on them.
that they just didn't have the same level of ambition for the multiplayer as they did the single player, because they knew developing it, oh, it's going to be like GTA Online, but in the position of the developers and the creative teams and the stuff controlling that, of course they need to create a mode that functions and makes us money and all that, and they understand that's important, but it's not like the single player where it's like, look at all these details and all these crazy things we've done. It was more like, how do we just kind of make this match the structure of GTA Online so we can put it up? Because it was it wasn't just buggy, it was bare bones. There was there was nothing to it. No. And I just think that's because they just didn't have any kind of, what is going on here? Any kind of drive to work on it. I really do think it comes down to that. That's that simple.
I very much agree on that one.
Oh man, I would also. Can we just say, like, it's so disappointing that Rockstar is doing so little nowadays. Like, it's been Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead. They have so many other franchises under their belt that they don't even touch anymore.
I think you know why that is, though.
I know why that is. I know why that is, because Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead are so profitable. But it's just like, you have the Bully IP. Like, sell it. You own Max Payne. Do something with it. Sell it. Like,
well, didn't Max Payne 3 did Max Payne 3 underperform?
It underperformed to what they wanted it to, but it performed very well. That should say that, like. Yeah. All right, we're talking about the age of, hi, I'm Square Enix. Tomb Raider needed to sell
No.
14 to 15 million copies to break even. What kind
Yeah.
of precedent are you frickin' setting, you dumb Nimrods?
Yeah, and I mean, Team Bondi's dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, LA Noir.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is Rockstar is very ambitious in a lot of ways. Their games are grander in scope and take longer to make than their similar competitors. But that also means that a lot of projects and a lot of developers get squeezed out in the process. And they've basically, in a sense, whittled it down to the GTA and Red Dead and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's it. Red Dead, in a sense, being the least risky of the non-GTA stuff. The one where, like, yeah, we can probably market this and make our money back.
Yep.
But even then, it's still not GTA, you know?
I gotta say, it's... They know they can make bank off of GTA. The outcry for a PC version of Red Dead Redemption, I think, is what led to RDR2.
Yep. And the
just
success of GTA on PC.
Yeah, I think overall that a lot of that just helped because they realized that, oh, the market is here for something that's a little different and isn't GTA, so we might be able to get away with this. So, I don't know. Could be.
But you brought something up earlier, which was interesting, and that's like how a lot like another problem with the AAA side of the industry is like the reason like so many of the games as they say fail is these bloated budgets.
Yeah.
They don't know how to
Yep.
manage a fucking budget, which is why I admire so much recently THQ Nordic
Yeah.
and what they've been doing. They've been doing really good budgeting. Like Darksiders free, like it received middle. Like I think Darksiders free is a great game, but it received middling reception. But like it didn't set the world on fire, but it sold enough copies to break even. It sold enough copies to break even and make their money back. Like they did, and they didn't overblow the marketing. They put out gameplay trailers. They even did the kind of thing like Ninja Fury did with Hellblade. Like, hey, let's show early alpha gameplay. This is the state the game's in now, and you're going to see it in our future like trailers how it's grown and evolved. And like they didn't blow their budget on getting like fucking celebrity actors and
Yep.
like giant CG cutscene trailers and shit like that. They managed their budget well. And then the same thing and with the Gunfire Games recent game, Remnant from the Ashes.
Yep.
Remnant from the Ashes. That game didn't have a ton of marketing because of the word of mouth and because they managed their budget. They didn't like completely overblow it. They made a simple gameplay first game that appealed to the hardcore gamer crowd. And like and again it sold well and they made their money back.
I mean, that's where I think the two parts in that actually. If I look at like how Destiny's development went, of course they have all these big names that are invested in the voice acting.
Yeah,
and it's like nobody said you needed to do this whatsoever. Like,
Exactly.
you didn't need to get another couple of movie actors in for Curse of Osiris and then overblow your budget because of that. Like, we have told you, I don't know how many times, Activision, because that was purely an Activision role, most likely, that this is what they were. You didn't need to necessarily do that. Now, the same, they were already kind of doing that, though, with like ODST, where they brought Nathan Fillion on anyway.
Aye.
So I don't know how much of it was Activision and how much of it was actually Bungie, to be fair. The other piece I was thinking of now, I lost
Hello,
it.
Mexa Grills. Welcome to the chat.
Hello. Yeah, just something probably related more to like how. Oh, that was the other thing too. Speaking of THQ Nordic, they just released that isometric perspective Darksiders.
Yes,
it looks like it's
Genesis.
freaking fun. Like that's how you freaking make a new game. Otherwise, like, why not? Absolutely, why not?
On top of that, the game's receiving positive reception, and so far it's already sold well and made its money back.
Yeah.
And again, it's not a massive fucking game. It had one like cinematic CG trailer, like for their marketing, but outside of that, the rest was just like to show the pure gameplay, just show the gameplay, and people bought the game. Like,
Well-
people have been hungry for a top-down kind of Diablo-like hack and slash.
Well, yeah, since Blizzard can't deliver, why not?
Show up.
Speaking of, though, in that regard, I remember the other thing I was thinking of now, too. Darksiders was smart, though. Like, THQ Nordic was smart in how they developed everything, because you don't get these Hollywood actors, actresses involved with a lot of these projects. You hire people that are involved with a lot of typical voice acting. So you get the Nathan Fillions of the world, or you get the Sean Schemmels, or if we want to talk about him for a little bit, you get the people that have been very interested and intrigued in the ideas of like what a voice actor role is pretty well all about, because they've been doing it for years. So voice acting is a very different overall principle than what you have with acting. They are two completely different ventures, even though the emotion you may put into them is somewhat the same. It's how you emote instead of how you're actually able to present yourself. You know, Leonardo DiCaprio, I don't think would make a great voice actor.
Oh God, no.
Mostly because I don't think that his general presentation would work well, since he is as well a method actor as much as he is a somebody that can voice and portray a role. So it's completely different overall ideas. That said, Norman Reedus did great in Death Stranding. Not that he had a whole ton that he needed to realistically work on, but he did great with the parts that he had. So it's not to say that all of them can't, but a lot of times the expectation is to always have these Hollywood guys. There's no reason to whatsoever. Like, none at all.
Exactly. Fucking Troy Baker, Nolan North.
Yep.
Like these guys aren't.
Todd Haberkorn.
Aye.
Todd Haberkorn is the drifter, everybody. Anyway.
Also, think about Destiny and the big voice actors.
Matthew Mercer.
Yes, Matthew Mercer, of course.
I'm just thinking about them as they come to my head. Like, I just, yeah.
Now,
anyway.
I can't remember her name, but like, again, what's another one of the fan favorite character from Destiny? Eris Morn.
Eris Morn.
Yeah.
Morla. Yeah, Morla is somebody that you never heard of, like, whatsoever before this, but Morla is, like, so important to the voice acting community now.
Yeah,
So-
and again, the people love her, and she's not some big Hollywood blockbuster actress, but she pulls off the role. She makes the character.
Yep. And again, it's not to say that Lance Reddick isn't Zavala, because he's Zavala in my mind for this point to come. But he's also in Bad Bosses, where he's looking at you going, "What the fuck did you just say to me?"
Also, keep in mind, again, I love him, and I love that he's a gamer and he loves video games and he does video game voice acting, but he's mighty expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. It is getting quite late over here.
I know. I didn't want to bug you. I didn't want to bug you about it, but yeah, I need to eat something.
Yeah. This is
fine. You both can go and leave me then. That's fine.
No!
I don't need either of you at this point.
We've been at this longer than you in this stream. Shut up.
I don't really care.
No, it's been fun. I like the twists and turns in this stream. It changed so much. So
I'm gonna say we started with lore, and now all of a sudden we're getting into everything else. Anyway.
Yeah.
I know. Don't you see why I love him so much, Revo?
Yeah, it's like little self-contained essays in a way that they start out and then they wrap back into the starting thing like you planned out. It's all dressed up neatly in a package.
Well, I can't say that I am not streaming ever. I will tell you why I am not streaming ever. I will show up as like a live guest or something whenever I want to. I do not have the consistent energy at this point unless I go full time. If I go full time, I will stream at least 3 times a week, because at that point I will want something else to make sure that the brand continues to go on from like a business sense alone. But even then, to touch back with you guys more often would be the whole point of doing it. So yes, I'll do it if I can go full time, but it's not gonna happen for a long time.
No, I'm not much of a I'm not a streamer in any capacity.
It's very different from content creation.
Yep.
Just to
Very.
put
I
that bow on there.
much prefer. I actually prefer doing contact people via things like interview or things like that, or talking to people in like an update thing and putting up and then having the discussion, as opposed to doing everything live. The live stuff's nice, but I couldn't do this all the time because it is a very involved thing. It's more work than, like, these streamers actually do like work hard at it.
Anybody that says that streaming and content creation isn't a job, I invite you to try.
Yeah, I have
It's
respect
so
for
disrespectful. It's so. Don't get me
So
wrong.
terribly.
Don't get me wrong. There are people like in content creation and streaming that are fucking lazy as fuck. Don't get me wrong.
In every field.
Like for me, I'll admit, I'm a lazy streamer. I could easily improve my streams, get better gear, use better programs.
Just
but
use
like
OBS.
that's not my.
Just use OBS. That's it. That's it.
You could also just not be a Canadian, but I know that some things can't be helped.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, yeah, it's been really fun.
Yes.
I've enjoyed
Thank
this.
you for having me on.
To those watching, thank you for sticking around. It's been quite fun. I have a new video in the works, but it's taken a wee while. So I haven't decided if I'm making a smaller thing first, or if I'm just going to go full in and finish it. But either way, something soonish? I'm looking forward to it. I'm talking about Mirror's Edge Catalyst, but that script is too long right now. And I'm not even done the first draft, so... But it's, my god, I'm so happy with the draft. This is hopefully going to be a step up from what came before. And I'm trying not to shoot myself in the foot saying that. Just put it out there.
Well, to Dennis, Kyle, Oberon, Carcino,
and all the people who were in prior.
Fumentari, everybody else who was in chat here. I was kind of scrolled up a little bit more, but thank you guys for asking questions and just hanging out with us this evening. It was definitely a pleasure. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me.
Oh, yeah. Pleasure's all mine.
No problem, no problem. And have a good either rest of your day or not rest of your day in my case, because it's the next day. I need
to sleep, you wankers.
Close enough.
Okay.
Alright. Well, I'll see you a lot later.
Goodbye.
Bye.